to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The prayer will be offered today by the delegate from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the words of the father of gospel music, Thomas Dorsey, if we ever needed the Lord before, we sure do need him now. We need your guidance as we engage in the work of your people today. We need your power to help us marshal the courage to fight for the best interests of every Marylander. We need your grace to permeate this chamber so that we can respectfully disagree with each other without disavowing each other. And we need your love to rule over every thought and every word that we speak from this hallowed floor. Lord, grant us the wisdom to model for your people what real leadership looks like. Leadership that is deserving of your guidance, power, grace, and love. Most of all, Lord, we ask you today and every day to bless the people of our great state. From Garrett, Allegheny, Washington, Frederick, Carroll, Baltimore, Hartford, Cecil, Kent, Queen Anne's, Caroline, Talbot, Dorchester, Wycomico, Worcester, Somerset, Howard, Anne Arundel, Prince George's, Charles Calvert, St. Mary's, and Montgomery, one and all, we ask you to bless us all. Amen.
Amen. Current call.
Madam Speaker.
Is there anyone in the back? See if there's anyone in the back.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. My button's not working.
Oh, your button is not working? Give them a second to try to fix it. It's working now? Wonderful. All right. Thank you. The clerk will call the roll. Okay. There being 127 members present, the House is now in session. The clerk will read the journal from the previous day.
Annapolis, Maryland, January the 30th, 2026.
Recognizing the Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much to be considered, the reading of the journal.
So order, petitions, memorials, and other papers. House resolutions. And the delegate from the delegate from Montgomery County will read through the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, tonight we are pleased to honor 2 Maryland History Day Teachers of the Year and 11 students who have won national awards for their National History Day research projects. The Maryland General Assembly supports Maryland History Day through funding to Maryland Humanities, an educational nonprofit organization. More than 28,000 students throughout Maryland showcase their impressive knowledge of history in the History Day program. This program is active in 18 counties of Maryland and the city of Baltimore. I will now read the names of not just the teachers, but the students to be honored. From Frederick County, Layla Asamoah. From Howard County, Annabelle Wu, Suri Zhang, Terza Chan, Sravya Anaparetti, Justin Wang, Shivin Trombadia, and Hemant Sai Kanteti. From Montgomery County, Chloe Chang, Jacob Frias, Norman Tufik, Nikhil Pandey, Emmanuel Gedahun, Genevieve Lichtenberger, Lydia Garside, Franca Hebich, and Maya Morshed. And from Prince George's County, Christopher Hill, the History Day Teacher of the Year. All right. So, History Day Teachers of the Year. Lindsay Matthew from Easton Middle School in Talbot County. Sam Manelsky, Loyola Blakefield in Baltimore County. Congratulations to you all, to the teachers and the students. Back to you, Madam Speaker.
I think we're going to do a picture. Why don't you come up? And you can take all of these and deliver them. We will do that. And congratulations. Give us a second to set up again. Consent calendar of introductory House Bill number 24. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 667, Delegate Ruff, Judiciary.
Recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So much to be considered the reading of House Bill 667 through 700.
Hearing no objection, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committees. Consent calendar of introductory House Bill number 25. The clerk will read the first bill.
House Bill 701, Delegate Hill, Environment and Transportation.
Recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So much to be considered the reading of House Bill 701 through 736.
Thank you for being so kind. Hearing no objection, the bills are read the first time and referred to the appropriate committees. Introduction of House Joint Resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions and their committee assignments.
House Joint Resolution 7, Delegate Williams, House Rules, by order of Sylvia Seeger, Chief Clerk.
The clerk will read the bond initiatives and the committee assignment.
Introductory House Bond Initiatives number 15, February the 2nd, 2026, referred to appropriations.
Quorum call. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker.
Give him a second. Has everyone recorded their presence? If so, the clerk would take the call. There being 133 members present, the House is still in session. House third reading calendar number 1. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 488, Election Districts, General Assembly, and Representatives in Congress.
House Bill number 488 is on third reading and final passage. Is there any debate? Recognizing the floor leader.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Colleagues, I'm here obviously in support of House Bill 488, excuse me. I want to briefly remind you guys why we're here at this moment. You know, we're not where we want to be. We're here because the times are calling for it. This president instructed Texas to give him 5 seats in the United States House of Representatives. We've seen this administration, how they're out of control, deploying military into streets of peaceful American cities, finding TV show hosts who make jokes they don't like, making corrupt deals to grow their own wealth. So far, 6 states have bent to his will in an attempt to extinguish any opposition to the president's cruelty, corruption, and lawlessness. But we are here because Maryland is unbent and unbowed. They literally flood the zone with one absurd act after another, hoping you don't notice that you're overwhelmed, make you tired, make you quit, make you forget about the Epstein files. Every day we see people answering these tests with unbelievable courage. We face this test now. Our people, the voters of Maryland, will have their precious right to be heard in the halls of Congress. It will not be stolen because we're going to act. This House will not go quietly into this dark night, and we will hold the line. And remember, this is not a new concept about responding to egregious actions by the federal government. We do it all the time to protect Maryland. It's not a question of whether we can, but how we can. We know every 10 years Maryland is required to do redistricting, but nothing stops us from doing it sooner. But in response to the actions of the other states, we worked through a public process to draw a new congressional map. I'm here today to present a redistricting plan for Maryland, for the state and for its people. This process included a appointed bipartisan committee by the governor. There were multiple public meetings. Over 40 concepts of maps were received. And GRAC issued a concept recommendation on January 20th. It didn't come out of thin air. There was public support rallied around the one concept, but there were changes that were asked for. Following that meeting, there was a submission made by another member of public that reflected the changes based on the concerns we had heard earlier. It was at that point it became time to recommend a concept. This was the map that we recommended. We chose it because there was a clear consensus of the process. This map shows we don't have to choose between protecting historic communities and defending against the president's partisan assault. We don't have to choose between districts that look good and districts that do good. We can enact a map that strengthens community representation, complies with traditional redistricting criteria, and ensures Maryland's representatives maintain a fair opportunity to defend its citizens. Now, while the Constitution does remain silent on congressional redistricting, Maryland Constitution, excuse me, it does give us the flexibility we need to ensure that Maryland voters are effectively represented in Congress. It does not mean that the committee selected a map that departed from any historic norms. While Maryland courts do not weigh traditional compactness scores as a nod to our weird geography, that doesn't mean this map still didn't improve them, because it did. Even under the leading compactness scoring metrics, the map before us is more compact in 5 of the 8 congressional districts than the current map. These numbers reflected how the districts became more centralized, anchored mathematically, and functioned more compact. But we don't have to consider compactness in a purely qualitative way. There's a community and logical compactness as well to keep communities of interest together. That's why the first district goes across the Bay Bridge to bring tens of thousands of Marylanders who consistently travel across the largest piece of infrastructure in the state with shared maritime and economic interest. In fact, from 1966 to 2012, there have been districts crossing the bay. The logic here is no different. The second district joins coastal communities from Anne Arundel County to the Upper Bay. So those communities have a better, those communities are better represented, living similar lives around Baltimore City, but still living on the water. The third district, which is Upper Hartford and Upper Baltimore County, are kept together, aligning rural and semi-rural communities with similar land use and development issues, while thoughtfully recognizing bedroom communities and interconnected regions. The fourth district remains intact. The fifth district largely remains intact and continues to serve Prince George's County in rural southern Maryland. Sixth district serves western Maryland and runs along the I-270 corridor, which is a natural border between East and West Montgomery. Again, Maryland's unique geography drives the district as much as any map. Seventh district is still anchored in Baltimore City, and while holding on to key institutions such as Hopkins, Maryland's Morgan State University, and Camden Yards, but it also expands city representation to include other districts to ensure the economic engine of this state is well represented in Congress. With the attack on these cities throughout this country, they're going to need it. This map brings similar communities together and respects political boundaries. In fact, it avoids splitting incorporated cities or towns anywhere in the state with the exception of Baltimore City. Now, the reason I selected this map, as I've tried to state before, is because the current map that we have may be one of the least competitive sets of districts in the country. While redistricting is inherently a political process, there can be some political goals. The net result of the map creates a more competitive map across the board. This map gives the ability to pick up Democrats or Republicans that are willing to stand up to this tyrannical government. And this is not a binary decision for me. This is our country, not R&Ds, but we. There are many Republicans who have stood against this current president to protect the soul of this democracy. Instead of him being allowed to break our historic institutions for self-aggrandizement, mean value, or sound bites on Fox News. Democrats and Republicans still believe in the humanity of all people. In the past, when we have elected leaders, allowed them to be comfortable, sit in their own echo chamber and get reelected. This map forces whomever is elected to work for it and show up for a wide variety of viewpoints. It's not to say the Republicans cannot get elected in a majority district. If you say so, you're flying against history. But again, to say that we have nothing in common because of our party also flies in the face of history. We can't continue to allow fringe groups to divide us, make us hate one another and even ourselves. We're veterans, parents, federal workers, business owners, doctors, lawyers, teachers, firemen, policemen, women, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, in both parties. Nobody likes taxes. We all believe we should take care of our neighbors. Nobody wants government in their lives all the time. We all hate crime and we want religious freedom. That's in all parties. No matter how you feel about hot button issues, we have so much more in common. We want each person in this country to be treated with dignity and respect. We want our government and its laws to reflect the humanity that each person deserves. That's not what's happening right now. And the entire world is witness to the worst that America has to offer. I wear my flag upside down, not because Democrats are losing ground, because our country is in distress. This map's not about getting 8 Democrats, it's about getting 8 congressmen, Republican or Democrat, to stand up against this poorly veiled autocratic kleptocracy and fight for this state, because that's what the majority of Marylanders want. They want from Congress, they want them to be the check and the balance, not a rubber stamp. And that's what House Bill 488 does. And I have a horrible issue here because I know that brevity is the hallmark of good advocacy. But I know that this administration floods the zone, and most of us can remember the last 6 things that happened. So I need you to bear with me, because I want to talk to all of my colleagues about what's gone on in this past year. For the fiscal conservatives, we've added $1.8 trillion to our national debt, $3.5 trillion to the national deficit. And there are many of you that worry about the dangers of an overpowered federal government. We heard about weaponizing the DOJ in years past. Said that Biden was using it to go after Trump. But now, Congressman Kelly, Jerome Powell, Lisa Cook, Letitia James, Jack Smith, James Comey, John Bolton, Mark Milley, Fani Willis are all being indicted and investigated by this Department of Justice, because this is a revenge tour. We talk about the dangers of an overpowered federal government, but this administration has fired its inspector generals that oversaw the agency accountability. They've disbanded the units that investigate embezzlement by corrupt foreign entities. They've disbanded the task force that investigates foreign meddling in U.S. elections. They've disbanded the unit that investigates corporations and national security-related economic crimes. This administration has fired the head of the special counsel, which protects whistleblowers, fires the head of the head of the Office of Government Ethics. On March the 2nd, Secretary Bassett said that he will stop enforcing Corporate Transparency Act. March 24th, OMB said that they're going to remove public apportionment database, which is a statutory required to show how the federal government is spending congressionally apportioned funds. May 15th, the FBI closed the Federal Corruption Squad. The DOJ Public Integrity Unit was cut from 30 attorneys to 5. That's not what we voted for. This administration has forced 11 companies to sell them shares. That's the government having shares of private industry. Intel had to sell 9.9%, making the government the largest shareholder. MP Materials, 15%. Now we're the largest shareholder. U.S. Rare Earth Minerals, 16.1%. Trilogy Metals, 10%. Westinghouse, 8% with a 20% option. U.S. Steel controlling interest. These aren't loans, these aren't bailouts. This was not something they asked for. This is what they were forced to do. It's an unprecedented move towards nationalizing the private sector. And most of us missed it because so much other stuff was going on. We talk about cleaning the swamps. There's $500 million from the Venezuelan oil sale put in a Qatari bank. Why not America? Americans who have interest in that money can't touch it. He said it's his money. In addition, this president on October 21st demanded that the DOJ pay him $230 million for his federal investigations into his conduct. He's now suing his own country, the IRS, for $10 billion for leaking his tax returns. Do you know who's defending that? His acolyte, Pam Bondi. So I think he's going to do quite well. Kash Patel using the $62 million airplane to visit his girlfriend, giving her a SWAT team to protect her. In March of 2025, there was an executive order revoking the clearances and terminating contracts for law firms that represented Hillary Clinton, Robert Mueller. He's pardoned 27 white-collar criminals, waived over $1.3 billion in fines and repayments to the victims. We're talking about cleaning the swamp here. Changpeng Zhao, who operated Binance, he was convicted because he allowed drug traffickers and child sex traffickers to launder money through his site. But he channeled $2 billion through World Liberty Financial, which is a Trump family holding. He's been pardoned. Paul Wolzak, convicted of tax evasion. Pardon after mom gave...
Madam Speaker, point of order. Is this on the bill?
It is on the bill, and this is debate, so you will get your chance, please. Thank you. And while we're at it, if you could give me a second. On third reader is a discussion on the bill, and this is a discussion on the bill. The gentleman is stating why the need for the bill. Under the rules, anyone else who wants to get a second bite, if you come back, I'm going to establish the rules now. You have to wait until others have gone, all right? We have an opportunity here to show the rest of the country how it's done. We're going to show the rest of the country how we can do this respectfully. Across the country, we're seeing redistricting debates descend into hostility, intimidation, and even death threats to public servants. We're going to do things here differently. We can have strong disagreements without demonizing one another. We can argue passionately about the process and policy without questioning one another's integrity or motives. This is how we're going to conduct these proceedings. We did really well last week. We're going to do it again, and we're going to show the country that people in Maryland know how to have disagreements in a fair way, in a respectful way. This is third reader. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I apologize to this body again for droning, but this is important because we forget that Paul Wolzak, again, after his mom gave $1 million, he was pardoned. Trevor Milton donated $2 million. He was pardoned. They stopped doing DOJ investigations on Justin's son for selling unregulated crypto after he bought $18.8 million of Trump meme coin. Coinbase, Ripple, Robinhood, all these investigations were stopped when they donated to the Ballroom or the Inaugural Fund. Gemini with the Winklevoss brothers donated $2.5 million. They're no longer being investigated. And we can't forget good old Tom Holman, who accepted a bag of $50,000 from an FBI agent, and that was also thrown out because they're talking about cleaning the swamp. But it doesn't sound clean. Then we talk about Amazon. Bezos just paid $40 million for the Melania movie. $28 million of that goes straight to Melania Trump. This is the most expensive documentary ever made in return for benefits. Pilgrim's Pride paid $5 million to the Inaugural Fund and received a production waiver from the USDA. We know Paramount, July 1st, agreed to pay Trump $16 million for a frivolous lawsuit. They canceled the Colbert Show on the 17th of July. On the 24th, the FCC approves their major merger with Skydance. And of course, we know about Elon Musk, the GSA contract with Grok, the fact that his Doge targeted agencies that had suits against Tesla. We gave a tech billionaire access to the Social Security Administration and federal data. ABC and their $15 million just to stop FCC's negative actions. Meta paid $25 million again because they suspended Trump's account, his Facebook account, on a First Amendment violation, and we all know Meta is not the government. Because again, we're talking about the swamp. This administration is worth $450 billion, its cabinet. That's more than the GDP of 175 nations. He has 12 billionaires on his cabinet. Director of NASA, Jared Isaacman, donated $2 million to the campaign. Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, donated $35 million to the campaign. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, $1.4 million. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, $230,000. Not bad. SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, $6 million to the campaign. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, $11.5 million to the campaign. Because we're talking about cleaning the swamp. Is it drained? But we talk about the Epstein files. That should be important to someone in this room. They gave fake binders, and then you heard Pam Bondi say there was no client list. Kash Patel said Epstein did not traffic with anyone else, ignoring all of the victims. Yet they had 1,000 agents spending hours and hours and days reviewing these files to flag Trump's name. The number 2 prosecutor in this nation met with Ghislaine Maxwell, and she was suddenly moved to Club Fed. It was called a Democratic hoax. Instead of asking these victims what happened. That should be important to everyone in this room. I know many of you carry the Constitution in your pocket, so we should pull it out. First Amendment, religion, speech, assembly, and press, right? There was an executive order targeting Christopher Krebs for denying the 2020 election results. When some of our congressmen and senators stood up to tell people that they do not have to follow legal orders, following the UCMJ Code of Conduct, it was posted by this president, reposted, they should be hanged. They're being investigated. The DOJ is investigating Governor Walz and the mayor of Minnesota just for standing out and speaking up against ICE. September 11th, Pete Hegseth ordered his staff to monitor all the social media of their soldiers to make sure they didn't say anything bad about Charlie Kirk. And if they did, they were disciplined. That's this America. Freedom of press with Jimmy Kimmel on September 17th, ABC suspended that. The FCC head Carr threatened ABC with punitive regulatory actions. Same with Stephen Colbert. The AP was banned for not using the words Gulf of America. Again, freedom of the press. You carry it in your pocket. This is important. They even, the January 14th, they raided a home of a Washington Post reporter because she would not expose because she would not expose her confidential sources. And they took everything. April 9th, there was an executive order by this president targeting Miles Taylor from a 2018 New York Times op-ed because he didn't like it, saying he violated the Espionage Act. Again, that's your First Amendment. Assembly, I don't think we have to talk much about that. But know this, Ben Franklin said that it is the first responsibility of every citizen to question authority. So protesting is something that we should be allowed to do. But you've seen the force used. Now the Second Amendment, I think we should have a lot of agreement there. Alex Pereira on January 24th, because he was carrying a gun, exercising his First and his Second Amendment, he was considered an assassin. But Kyle Rittenhouse was a hero. And let me tell you, he had a right to carry a concealed weapon, but you can't help but brandish an AR-15. And that young man, Mr. Rittenhouse, was brandishing, but he was a hero. Look at your Fourth Amendment. Doge was seizing IRS and DHS personal data without a warrant. J.D. Vance lets you know that ICE is going to start knocking door to door on January 7th of this year. ICE is going to start knocking door to door, asking for papers and proof of citizenship. We now have something called the Kavanaugh stop. Instead of reasonable articulate suspicion, they can use your appearance or ethnicity to briefly detain you. That should hurt. If you're a believer in this Constitution, you know that's not what our forefathers wanted. The Fifth Amendment, the government is not allowed to unfairly take people's lives, freedom, or property. Look what they're doing to these individuals. It doesn't say citizens, it says peoples. They're revoking contracts from law firms. They're using the Aliens Enemies Act to basically deport anybody that alleged to be a gang member without any due process. Your 10th Amendment. They're trying to invade other states and force them to comply with immigration enforcement and election interference. Well, what about states' rights? And of course, the 14th Amendment, due process, put an executive order out to try and end birthright citizenship. This is your Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, habeas corpus. You have a right to challenge unlawful detention. He has taken that right away from so many people. That doesn't apply to citizens, that applies to everyone. It was a protection against tyranny, that you cannot imprison someone without legal cause and review. It operates a check on executive power. Article 1, Section 4, states and Congress have power over federal elections, not the president. But in August of 2026, our president stated that states are merely agents for federal government in counting and tabulating votes. They must follow the directives of the president regarding election administration. That is directly against our Constitution. And now I put an executive order out to try to get rid of mail-in ballot. Article 1, Section 9, the Emoluments Clause. Now there's an interesting one. But I want to read it. And I know you guys have it in your pocket, but I want to read it for you. Provision prohibiting federal officials, including the president, from accepting gifts, payments, or titles from foreign states. And in case of the president, extra compensation from domestic governments or people without congressional consent. It prohibits that. And I remember all the talk about the Biden crime family. Beau Biden's, oops, not Beau, what's the other one's name? Hunter Biden's laptop, apologize. The Burisma contracts in Ukraine. On May 11th, this president accepted a plane from Qatar. They'll go directly to the Trump library, meaning no oversight by the government. He's opened up resorts in Saudi Arabia, Scotland, Qatar. May 22nd, his Trump meme coin. He had a crypto dinner with the top 220 investors that were invited to Mar-a-Lago. He raised over $394 million. $2 billion of that crypto coin was bought by Abu Dhabi. The top 35 purchasers got to have dinner with the president. And most paid with foreign currency. And most were anonymous. And now, our president's net worth is increased by $1.5 billion in 1 year. Article 3, it's also in your Constitution. Judicial branch authority. Because we have the three branches, checks and balances. And I never thought I would have to ask this question. What happens if the government violates judicial orders? Who enforces the enforcers? Because we know it's the administrative branch to enforce the laws, right? But what happens when they say no? Because they have. They've disobeyed and ignored judicial orders from conservative and Trump-appointed judges. On June 25th of this year, of last year, the DOJ sued the entire Maryland federal court bench. July 22nd, they attacked the New Jersey bench, calling them corrupt and rogue judges. July 28th, filed an ethics complaint against a judge for the second time in the history of this nation, Judge Boasberg, and are trying to impeach him. In its independence of the Federal Reserve, we see what's going on there. Independence of the DOJ sounds laughable. I just want you to know that nothing I've said today is fake or made up. What you heard are not feelings. What you heard are incontrovertible facts. No matter what you say next, it won't change what I said. But what you really heard is the sound of the American Constitution being shredded and torn asunder. And I know you didn't vote for that. If you love America, how can you stand by and watch one man destroy our institutions and the very foundations of our country? Our founding fathers laid the foundations of this democracy in response to a corrupt and powerful monarchy, where the crown had all the power and the average person had very little recourse. And as such, they created a system of checks and balances to protect each citizen and each person from the tyranny and abuse of unchecked authority. This bill is not a singular solution, and it is not a silver bullet, but it is put forth to restore the dreams and the ideals of our forefathers, and to help ensure that this administration finally has a Congress that puts his power in check. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
The Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is, thank you. That is undoubtedly the longest speech given in the House of Delegates in 12 years I've been here, and I truly appreciate my friend from Charles County for making it, because it will remove me ever possibly having that distinction. You all can't get mad at me about talking too long. But I'm not really here to talk to you today about D.C. I know you all love D.C. I've never been with a group of people in my life more who love national politics more than the people in this room. God bless America. You guys could probably tell me who the subcommittee chairman for Public Works and National Parks and the House committee is, and who's the Senate Deputy Chief of Staff. You guys know everything about D.C., but we don't represent D.C. You're not congressmen. Some of you may want to be, but you're not today. We're here for Maryland. And more importantly, everything that we just heard and every reason why we are here is because of political party. Partisanship. Party over country, party over fairness, party over law, party over every damn thing. That's where we're at. One of the best things that I have enjoyed about being a member of this General Assembly is the rich history, and particularly one incredible episode of it that we're all familiar with, that occurred just a few feet from where we are standing, from one of the founding fathers of our country, George Washington. The founding fathers certainly had their flaws, and they had their things that their principles were not always reflected in their decisions, but they were amazing individuals in how they foresaw the unwinding of the world's first democracy. George Washington, who made such an impact on the country a few feet from here by being one of the first people in recorded history to have a surrounding army around the unarmed politicians, and rather than assume control for himself, said, "I shall retire from this field and leave you to form a country." But he also did something at the end of 8 years of his presidency. When there was no precedent, he could have probably stayed forever. He could have ruled as a partial despot. That's how beloved he was. That's where the citizens of the United States at that point in time, that's their tradition, that's what they expected. But he didn't, and he gave a farewell address, and he said something. You have to kind of work through the language. It's 1800s language. But I want you to think about the meaning. The common and continual mischief of the spirit of party are sufficient to make it the interest and the duty of a wise people to discourage and restrain it. It serves always to distract the public counsels and enfeeble the public administration. It agitates the community with ill-founded jealousies and false alarms, kindles the animosity of one part of the country against another, foments occasionally riot and insurrection. It opens the door to foreign influence and corruption, which finds a facilitated access to the government itself through the channels of party passion. He's not Nostradamus, but my goodness, how he could see 200 years in the future what the politicization of everything we do from the moment we get up in the morning to the moment we go to sleep at night has brought our country to. Why does it matter for this bill? Because this bill is about nothing except party politics. Nothing. It is about nothing except party politics. Nothing. When Governor Moore testified before the Rules Committee a week or so ago, he said how important it was for him that every vote mattered. So important that every vote matters. None of you can believe that. None of you can believe that by taking the current existing map and by changing it so as to guarantee and rig the results that you really care about the votes of individuals in the Eastern Shore, Harford County, Western Maryland, other places that by and large you do not represent, and you want to make sure that they have the ability to select someone from their common and contiguous communities to potentially represent them in the halls of Congress. Every vote doesn't matter. Every Democratic vote matters. And how do I know this? Because I can read, and because I can listen. I listened to my friend from Charles County speak for about 40 minutes, and most of what he talked about was political party passions. Most of what he talked about. I can read. Wes Moore struggles to describe how he'd feel if he falls short in his push to gerrymander another Democratic seat in his state and the U.S. House of Representatives ends up staying Republican. Now Wes Moore struggles to explain how we're going to get fair districts. Oh no, that's a misnomer. The easy smile and motivational speaker energy evaporates. The prepared lines disappear. His eyes close. So angry, he says after a beat. So angry. If we end up with a Republican House, and part of the reason is because Maryland did not move, none of that. Forget politically, right? For my soul, none of that will matter because it just means that we kowtowed as a state. That's the only reason we're here. To pretend otherwise is, again, to lie to yourselves, which you should not ever do as an adult. Don't lie to yourselves. Be honest. You are here because Hakeem Jeffries has said, you must do this. I need the seat. I don't care. I don't really care about anything else. I don't care about Maryland. You think Hakeem Jeffries cares about Maryland? Pfft, he cares about the votes. And Governor Moore put this process into action. And that's the only reason why we're here. There was a famous Democratic president who wrote a book, I think actually before he became president. It was called Profiles in Courage. And it talked a lot about how people sometimes do things outside of their own self-interest to reflect their principles. And in those moments, you understand what someone really is. Not when it just benefits themselves, not when they're told to do it, when they do it because it's the right thing to do. Mid-cycle partisan redistricting is a terrible idea no matter who does it, period, full stop. Quote me all you want. Tell the folks in Texas, tell the folks in Missouri, tell the folks in California too. We talked a lot about Texas the other day. Nobody seemed to remember California has also gone down this path. It's a bad idea no matter who does it. We shouldn't do it. And here's the funny thing, is my friend from Montgomery County indicated the other day, the bill in Congress that would ban it, who's the primary sponsor? A Republican. Who in this House voted on the amendment to ban mid-cycle redistricting? Every single Republican. Who voted to not? You know the answer. So you can't say I'm against mid-cycle redistricting, but I'm for it. That doesn't work. We're not John Kerry. We can't be for the bill and against the bill and kind of for the bill and maybe for the bill, and it just depends. That doesn't work out. You're either against mid-cycle redistricting or you're willing to allow it. Who was against it? Who has stood against this tide of partisanship above all else that Washington warned us of? Senate Republican leaders in a little state called Indiana. I always thought Indiana was smaller than Maryland. I thought it was flyover country. It's not. It's actually bigger than Maryland. They have more congressional representatives. And in Indiana, Donald Trump, I think maybe you guys remember, we just heard an awful lot about him from our friend from Charles County. Donald Trump went to the Indiana Republicans and said, you will do this. Full stop, you'll do it. Do it now. We're talking about death threats. You know who got death threats? Republicans in Indiana. You will do this now for me. I want my seats. Get them for me. Kind of similar to what's going on here, isn't it? And do you know what Senate Republican leaders said in Indiana? No, it's wrong. We won't do it. We won't disenfranchise some people and some Democratic areas of Indiana simply to play the DC politics game. The DC politics game always changes. It's a spinning wheel. Who knows where it ends? But what you do here, representing your values for your constituents in your state, is your legacy. Not who controls Congress for a few months or a few years. It's your legacy is today. And we did that in Indiana. It's simply wrong to do this. The prayer today discussed, we can respectfully disagree without disavowing each other. Those are wonderful, intelligent words. Respectfully disagree without disavowing each other. I don't disavow any of you for doing this, but I want you to understand why you're doing it and how you're doing it and the impact and the effect it will have. It will do nothing but produce more divisiveness. And at the end of the day, it will probably do nothing to change the ultimate result, because when you do it, we're going to do it. You know, the mafia had this. If you ever watch mob movies, you send one of mine to the morgue, or send one of mine to the hospital. I'm going to send one, you see, the delegate from Montgomery County knows movies better than anyone. He's like the Siskel and Ebert of his generation over here. You send one of mine to the hospital, I'm going to send one of yours to the morgue. And on and on and on and on it will go. You'll do this. Maybe Indiana will come back and say we changed our principles. Maybe Florida will just wipe out all of your gains. Maybe Tennessee, maybe Alabama, maybe wherever. But you don't have any control or power over this. Don't do something that's wrong today simply because you've been told you have to, and you hate the President of the United States. You hate the democratically elected President of the United States. Say that again. He is the democratically elected President of the United States. He won the election. Republicans won the House of Representatives. They won the Senate. You may not like everything that they do. I may not like everything that they do. But that's how the system works. And we have another election coming up. Maybe things will change. But you want to rig the rules. And the last thing that I'll say is you want to get rid of standards. That's what shocked me the most in this bill. The maps didn't shock me. I knew you wanted to make sure you win. I knew you wanted to rig the game, make sure you win. But not only do you want to do that, you want to take a position that we expressly say that standards that apply to each and every one of you don't apply to Congress. Does your congressional district have to be compact? No. Does it have to represent contiguous areas? No. Does it have to represent commonalities of communities, of common interest? No. Yours do. But we're going to get rid of that for Congress. And you know why? Because you're smart enough to know that if you impose those standards on the map you want to push, it won't work. So we got to get rid of all standards. That's just adding salt into the wound of partisanship that is taking control of this House on this issue. There's not a whole lot more to say, although I think a lot of people are going to have a lot more to say today, and they should. But at the end of the day, you know why you're doing this. You know that it's wrong. You know that it's not some bipartisan, nonpartisan commission to produce fair districts and reflect the commonality of Maryland and all this highfalutin language. That is baloney, quite frankly. You're doing it because Hakeem Jeffries told Wes Moore you have to do it, and Wes Moore told you you have to do it, and you think that it'll help you rig a result that won't do anything to help make Maryland a better, more unified state. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader, and then the young lady from Hartford County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I just want to set the record straight here. This is not a partisan issue, not for me. Well, let me finish. The minority leader here is talking about the governor's motivations on this.
1 minute. We're going to be respectful. You don't know what his intentions are. You have not walked in his shoes, or he has not walked in your shoes. You don't have the same background, the same family, so be respectful, okay? Continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So colleagues, just to set the record straight on the history of this issue, we're talking about the governor's motivations here. I can't speak the governor here. I've been calling for mid-decade redistricting for months now, well before the governor actually started calling for it. Go back to my early statements about this. I said from the beginning that this was a matter of state equity and state rights here, that what we were having is a situation of a small state being bullied by a large state, Texas. And just so everybody knows the history of this issue is not going away in November 2026. In 2003, Texas conducted a mid-decade redistricting. They scratched out 6 new seats for Texas at the whims of the Texas leaders that year. And in the very next election, that party picked up an additional 3 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. In other words, Texas changed the direction of how the public viewed the elections that year. They would have lost seats in the House the next year had Texas not conducted a mid-decade redistricting. 2005, Georgia conducted a mid-decade redistricting. In that decade, no other state did anything. We all just sat idly by, watched as Texas and Georgia redrew their lines twice in one decade. Everyone thought, man, this is strange. And no one did a thing. So the minute I saw Texas even talking about conducting a mid-decade redistricting 20 years later, I cried foul. I said, this seems like deja vu. Haven't we done this before? Texas lawmakers fleeing the state twice now. But there's been a collective amnesia that this is the second time now in my lifetime I have seen Texas trying to one-up all of the other 50 states. And if you look at my statements about this, I said all of the states, all 49 other states, red and blue, needed to take a look at what was going on in Texas and respond. That every state needed to be treated equal. We either all redistrict whenever we want, and we all know, as I said, that's a preposterous situation, or we all stick to the practice we've all had for years, and we do this once a decade. And again, doing this, only Maryland, asking only Maryland to stand down is a preposterous situation when we know Texas is going to do this again. In fact, when Governor of California decided to conduct his own mid-decade redistricting, Governor Abbott in Texas said, maybe we need to go back and do it one more time and scratch out 10 seats instead of 5. He truly believes that Texas can redistrict whenever they want, next year. It could happen next year. And in fact, we're in a 90-day session here. When we gavel out of session, waiting in the wings for us, Florida's going into special session in April. Louisiana's moving its election dates to prepare for a mid-decade redistricting. And guess what? Texas, Missouri, North Carolina, California, all of these states get to use the benefit of these new lines, not just in 2026, in 2028, in 2030. Abbott is talking about doing it again. Where does this end? The lines could change not a bit. They could change by 2 voters in Maryland, and I would support that. Why? No partisan change whatsoever, because Texas in 2043 needs to know when they try this crap again, Maryland is not going to sit idly by. This is not a partisan issue. I have not looked at a single map until the GRAC Commission came up with its recommendation. That was on purpose. It was so that this moment would come and you could not accuse me of doing this for partisan reasons. This is a matter of state equity. I've said that from the beginning. As to the maps, there are plenty of other reasons why you would adopt these maps, and for that reason, I'm going to yield to my good friend from Montgomery County to explain.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield to the colleague you were going to call on.
Thank you. The delegate from Hartford County who has been very patient.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Thanks to my 2 good friends from Montgomery County. Wow, guys, I'm exhausted. That was a lot. I just want to send all of my heartfelt best wishes to my colleague from Charles, the sponsor, who had to read us an exhausting amount of legalese that I'm sure he didn't even write himself for the first 40 minutes of session. That was painful.
Again, let me just stop right there. I said it, and those of you that know me mean that when I say something, I mean it. We're going to be respectful, okay? Please go ahead and state your reasons. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really tickled now that we don't have to really stay on the bill at all. I was going to plan a whole 40-minute speech about
We
Joe
are
Biden.
on the bill. You go ahead and say what you're going to say, Delegate. I'm being very respectful, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm going to read through a whole list of things that Joe Biden did, why we should not vote for this bill. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that to you because it's not appropriate. But I was really enjoying what felt like a 40-minute lesson on stuff that maybe we could pull up on ChatGPT if a lot of it's real. I mean, I'm not sure. I've heard maybe a tenth of that stuff in the mainstream liberal media, but we'll definitely get to Googling as soon as we're done here. But here's what we really heard. This is not partisan, over and over and over again. And I know that's going to be a really good line that you're going to want to say over and over again when we get to court. Within the same breath, we then hear Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, they're all doing it. They're doing it. Which direction are they doing it in? They're doing it in Republican. So it's hyper-partisan. It literally feels like we are being gaslit on this floor sometimes. Like, we're not doing it for party, but the Texans are doing it for party, and we got to get them back. Do you think Texas cares what we're doing here? We're not getting Texas back. And you know what this really reminds me of? It reminds me of some of the other bills we pass, like the bills about energy or the bills about, I don't know, green issues. We always say, we don't care what the other states are doing. We're just going to pass this because it's the right thing to do. Meanwhile, just like with this bill, who pays for all those bad policies we pass that no other states care about? The voters of Maryland pay, the ratepayers pay, the taxpayers pay, the people that you claim you're coming down here to represent, they pay. They pay. And with this bill, it's going to be the exact same thing. You're passing a bill claiming you don't care about what anybody else is doing, even though this entire bill is based on what somebody else in another state is doing. And at the end of the day, the people are going to pay. But there is a cure for terminal TDS, and I'm going to tell you what it is, and you guys are going to love it. It's immersion. It's immersion. And guess what? The federal government, the Trump administration, is about to give us the heftiest dose, the biggest treatment of immersion therapy our state has ever felt. So, when we start losing funding, when people start leaving our state, you'll know who's responsible. It's everybody sitting in this chamber right here, because they called down a hefty dose of immersion therapy to cure our terminal TDS, and we're all going to have to pay for it, and you can pat yourselves on the back.
Delegate from Montgomery County, who yielded?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My pleasure.
So, like my friend, the minority leader, I'm not as interested in Congress and national politics as some of you. I know we're going to hear a lot more about that. I do want to talk about the specifics of the actual districts. And the minority leader said that these districts don't respect political subdivisions, they're not compact, they're not contiguous, they don't respect communities of interest, and that's not true. And we went through quite a bit of this the other day, and you can look at each district individually and see that they do respect political subdivisions. The only municipality that is split under this bill is the city of Baltimore, and frankly, I think most people in the city of Baltimore want more congressional representation right now, not less. On the compactness scores, as my friend the parliamentarian said, on many of the sort of academic scores that are used, many of these districts rank more compact under this map than the current map. But I'm going to focus in on Congressional District 1 because we heard so much about it in rules and on this floor the other day, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about it. Because it's true, the proposed Congressional District 1 does cross the Chesapeake Bay. We were honoring history teachers on the floor today, so get ready, because here we go. The first time that the Congressional District 1 crossed the Chesapeake Bay was in 1966. And it was actually not this body that set those lines. They were set by a court. That's right. Based on a 1965 Supreme Court decision, our local courts, to make sure the districts were balanced in population, set the map to cross the Chesapeake Bay for the first time. The court determined in a decision that instead of the congressional district of the Eastern Shore looking a lot like it does today, it would actually run across the bay to Anne Arundel County and then into parts of southern Maryland. However, the district before and after this redistricting was represented by a Republican from the Eastern Shore, Rogers Morton of Easton. And for you political trivia nerds out there, he went on to serve in the cabinet of Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford. Now, when it came time to redistrict based on the 1970 census, the General Assembly redrew District 1 again. This time, instead of crossing the bay on the bridge to Anne Arundel County, the district jumped the bay entirely and linked the Eastern Shore with Charles, Calvert, and St. Mary's counties, southern Maryland. The district by that point was represented by William O. Mills, a Republican from Easton, and then Robert Bauman, a Republican from Easton. But in 1980, Congressman Bauman was defeated for re-election by Roy Dyson, a Democrat from southern Maryland. Dyson won because Congressman Bauman had a scandal. I don't know if you guys remember when those used to matter, but it used to be the case that someone had a scandal. They actually were cast out of office. And from 1995 to 2015, I mentioned Roy Dyson just as a reminder. He served with some of you. I know some of you knew him when he was in the state Senate from 1995 to about 2015. But in any event, with the 1980 census data, the district largely remained the same, continuing to jump the bay to southern Maryland with Democrat Roy Dyson from southern Maryland representing it. But in 1990, Dyson was defeated by a Republican. Yes, he was a Republican named Wayne Gilchrist from the Eastern Shore. When the lines were redrawn to reflect the 1990 census, the district was returned to its historic configuration on the Eastern Shore, connecting to Anne Arundel County over the Bay Bridge. That continued after the 2000 census as well, during which time Congressman Gilchrist lost the primary in 2008 to the current occupant of the office, Andy Harris. But of course, Andy Harris did not win the seat in 2008. It was won by Democrat Frank Cradaville from Queen Anne's County. But of course, Andy Harris came back and defeated him in 2010 and has held the seat ever since, which is 8 terms so far, despite the pledge he took to only serve 6 terms. So there were some statements on the floor earlier, and I know there'll be more discussion about how many Democrats have represented this district or where they live. So just for the record, in the years in which the 1st Congressional District has crossed the bay, there have been 5 different Republican members from the district, including Andy Harris, who in fact's first term in that seat represented it crossing the Bay Bridge. There have only been 2 Democrats, one from southern Maryland and, of course, a 1-termer from the Eastern Shore. Now, that's an awful lot of history, but it shows fairly clearly that linking the 2 sides of the bay, or the 2 sides of the Bay Bridge, is not some abomination. In fact, when it was first done, it was not even done by elected officials at all, but by the courts. They saw common community interests on both sides of the bay. And I will tell you something else. This type of district is not just done here. Like Maryland's Congressional District 1 and its 10 counties connected over a body of water by a bridge, Louisiana's Congressional District 1 has 10 counties split by a large body of water. In that case, it isn't a bay, but a lake. Lake Pontchartrain. Now, I bet you wondered how I was going to get the word train into my statement, but there I did it, Lake Pontchartrain. Instead of a 4-mile bay bridge connecting the 2 sides, they have a 23-mile causeway that connects them. And what devious Democrat crafted such a district for themselves? Why, the gentleman who represents that district is the Republican Majority Leader of the U.S. House of Representatives, Steve Scalise. So these districts are consistent with our history, they are consistent with communities of interest, and they are consistent with the practices of other states. So I understand people might have lots of things they want to say about partisanship and national politics, but it is still the case that if you look at the map that was proposed by GRAC and that has been introduced by the parliamentarian, it honors respect for political subdivisions. It honors compactness, it honors contiguousness, and it honors communities of interest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the delegate from Western Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We've heard a lot about the legal from our friend from Montgomery County, the political, which has been the predominant conversation today, but there hasn't been a lot of conversation on the practical. And I think the practical piece was discussed very shortly on second reader by our friend from Anne Arundel County. And I think it's actually the primary reason why the majority party should think about their vote on this bill. And the reason is when you just think about the impact to constituents throughout the state of Maryland and the reality of when, as we can share in the minority party, tough challenges come to the state of Maryland. Locally, we're all used to our own local challenges. And those from the minority party here can tell you one of the first things that we say when those issues come forward is that we'll look to our colleagues in the majority party from our local county or surrounding local jurisdictions for solutions. So when I think about places like Washington County, we think about our member from Hagerstown. When we think about St. Mary's County, we think about our majority party member from St. Mary's County, and we think about how can we meet them to help us solve solutions locally. And that really matters when you think about the challenges that the state of Maryland doesn't know about yet. The state of Maryland, if you went back 3 years ago, did not know there was going to be a Key Bridge issue that was out of no fault of any member of the state of Maryland. We didn't know the bill that was going to have to be written to solve that problem. That's a practical reality that we will see. And we make it more difficult to get that deliverance of problem-solved issues in Maryland when the entire delegation comes from one party. If you look at political science research and history, that data holds true. States that have senators from the same party will see a different result in the outcomes for how it helps their state jurisdictions from those that have split jurisdictions. Same for Congress, same for the House of Representatives. The practical reality of these maps is that you're going to see a full delegation of of one party in DC. And when the next challenge happens in your district, not just red districts or blue districts, your district, your neighbor's district, if one party, my party, is in power, it becomes more difficult for the delivery for your constituents. As we think about one overarching issue right now in Maryland, which is the Key Bridge, I really want to challenge our Baltimore Metro MSA delegates here in the House to think about the impact that you're choosing if you choose to vote for this bill. We heard a long, again, we lead back to where I started. We heard a long, drawn-out reason of why this can hold up in a court. We'll see if this was to get through. We'll see if that's a reality. We've heard about Texas, Alabama, Maryland, California, the political aspect, but the practical impact is real to your constituents. And the next time that a natural disaster and something that just completely comes out of left field, and you think about the insurance that you didn't vote for, the insurance that you chose to give up by passing this legislation, keep that in mind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Southern Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
You would think the first bill of the 2026 legislative session would be about reducing electricity bills, but it's not. You would think the first bill of the 2026 legislative session would be about lowering property taxes, but it is not. You would think the first bill of the legislative session of the 2026 session would be to lower car registration fees. You know, those fees where you have to have a payment plan to be able to afford them, but it's not. Instead, the first bill of the legislative session in 2026 is to rig elections. And I want to explain why that is the case and why I think it's the case. Because it just came out in the news that Maryland had a net out-migration of more than 14,000 people in just 1 year. These are American citizens who live in Maryland who have left. A net loss. A net loss. Year after year, we see this. And what I think's interesting is you all can shake your heads, and I sometimes see that, but have you ever asked yourself why? Why is it that the blue states, all of them, are losing population? And I think we know why. The policies that are passed by the supermajority are simply unsustainable for everyday Americans and everyday Marylanders. They simply cannot afford these policies. The $1.6 billion of taxes that you passed just last year, the fact that right after the election of this year, there are going to be massive budget deficits moving forward, and it's going to happen all over again. We keep seeing the same thing. It's no wonder today is Groundhog Day, because every day is the same in Annapolis. And so this bill, House Bill 488, to rig elections, is to make up for the fact that so many people are moving to red states, and they're picking up seats in Congress in reapportionment. That's what this is really about. Rather than winning on policy, which you are not, you want to rig elections. And I find that really sad, because there was a time when the parties could talk and speak with one another and actually realize there were benefits to having a two-party system. But increasingly, as we have the balkanization of the United States, because citizens in Maryland and Massachusetts and New Jersey and New York and Illinois and California are finding it necessary to move of all different kinds of parties, independent, unaffiliated, Republican, Democrat, because they simply can't afford those states. And when they do move, a lot of times there's an epiphany. Gee, you know, I don't want to have that happen again. And they start changing their voting patterns. So I ask you, rather than rigging the election with House Bill 488, why don't you just try to make life more affordable in Maryland by lowering electricity bills, by lowering car registration fees, by lowering the cost of living, by lowering property taxes? I've never seen the majority party do that since I've been here, ever. I've only seen you increase prices. Increase how hard it is to live here. So it's no wonder, Madam Speaker, more than 14,000 people left this state. And it's also no wonder that the second bill on the floor of the House in the 2026 session has to do with trying to, I don't know, not get rid of the illegal aliens that are here, because you probably need new voters because everybody's leaving. We all know that's what you're doing. It's not a secret. Just change your policies and you will win over people. You will win their vote. It's really bad when the citizens of Calvert County, and I will finish here, when the citizens of Calvert County, a beautiful county, say to me, Democrat, Independent, Republican alike, there is no way I can stay here. Not even in the short term at this point. It used to be long term, now they're saying in the short term. And that's why they keep sending so many people like us back, because they realize that at least we're trying to fight for common sense. So you should vote against House Bill 48. Stop trying to rig elections. Maybe change how you actually govern. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Recognizing the Minority Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
You know, what I was going to say at the beginning of this debate is a lot different than what I'm going to say. I heard that Maryland's not just going to stand by and not react to what's been going on, but we've been gerrymandering in Maryland for 30 years. 20 years ago, it was 4-4. After the 2000 census, you gerrymandered Republicans out. 10 years later, gerrymandered more out. 10 years after that, we tried to gerrymander them all out. But a judge intervened, and here we are, back again. We talked about this redistricting commission. What was failed to mention was that it was a commission of 5 people, 4 Democrats and 1 Republican, a person who serves in a nonpartisan local district in Allegheny County. He voted against this. So I was reading in the news that it was a bipartisan commission. Well, the only Republican on the 5-member commission voted against it, along with the Senate president. And I got to tell you, I keep hearing Texas. I'm going to quote Queen Bey. This ain't Texas. I am tired of hearing about other states. You don't like what other states do, so you do the same thing here? Is that what we're doing now? Is that the argument? What they're doing is wrong, so therefore we have to do it. Well, newsflash, you've been doing it already. You've been doing it for 30 years. 30 years you've been gerrymandering Republican voices out of this state. Talk about no kings. Right? We heard a great speech. A gentleman from Calvert County, how much he hates the president. We get it. We've heard it before. Charles County, we get it. We get it. You hate him. But let me tell you something.
Let's stay on
Madam
No,
Speaker.
don't direct it at him. Just go ahead and state what you have to say, okay?
I want
Thank you.
everyone to take a moment and Google authoritarianism. Right? Google that. It says suppressing opposing thoughts and limiting political freedoms. Yeah. HB 488. There it is. We should have the name changed. I will say this, and I'll leave with this. There's a lot of issues we disagree on in this room, and that's okay. But I have never seen us get to a point in my 8 years here where you disagree with someone so you eliminate them. You rig the rules to get rid of their voice so you no longer have to hear their voice. That is wrong. That is absolutely wrong. And I don't care what other state you cite in your justification, but what you're doing is wrong in our state. You are no better than any of those legislators in Texas that you keep citing, or any of those other states. That's you. That will be your legacy going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the Vice Chair of the Health Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
So I care very deeply about this country, but I have spent my entire professional life in public service to Marylanders. I care what happens most of all to Marylanders. Over the last 2 decades, this General Assembly and our governors have been committed to assuring that all of our Marylanders have access to affordable health care. We have put several first-in-the-nation programs in place and have managed to decrease the number of uninsured in our state from 13% to just 6% in the last 15 years. That's not just good for people, Marylanders, that's good for our state. That progress is now being eroded by policy changes from the federal government. By not renewing the advanced premium tax credits, Congress has effectively increased health insurance premiums for those paying on our exchange between 100 and 400% of the poverty level by an average of 75 to 114%. As a result, many of those families have chosen to renew, but the plans they're renewing with have fewer benefits, and they are going from a $1,000 a year deductible to $10,000 year a deductible. These are people below the poverty line. This means that they are essentially assuming total liability for all of their health care except for catastrophic events. It's reasonable to assume that these families will not have the advantage of preventive care. The passage of H.R. 1 also has significant impact on Marylanders' access to health care. The Maryland Department of Health and the Health Benefit Exchange project that 175,000, let me say that again, 175,000 Marylanders could lose Medicaid coverage because of additional administrative burdens. The state could lose up to $2.7 billion in federal funding annually due to the restrictions of H.R. 1 of phasing down state financing tools such as provider taxes, reducing our ability to sustain coverage and provider payments. Implementation and compliance costs increase, diverting state resources from direct care to administrative care. Let me say that again. We are now, as a state, being told we have to assume the administrative costs of our safety net programs, which we have not historically done. Higher uninsured rates, we all know this, result in higher uncompensated care and pressures on hospitals. Want to talk hospital waiting time now versus what's going to happen in 6 months, 9 months, a year from now? Clinics and broader safety nets. Let's be really clear about what H.R. 1 does. It does not eliminate healthcare costs. It shifts them to Maryland. I care about Maryland. That bill shifts the cost to Maryland at the same time as it takes away coverage from Marylanders. In fact, it effectively increases the cost to the state. So it increases our costs, and all taxpayers, everyone who buys insurance in Maryland will see their premiums go up because of uncompensated care due to the fact that people will need to resort to the emergency room, which is the most expensive health care. Since 1965, the passage of the Medicaid and Medicare Act, 1965, some of you weren't born. I know, but so just know that it's true. All states, including Maryland, had a real partnership with the federal government, Congress to support the health and well-being of Marylanders, especially those facing economic challenges. The cost of health care creates financial challenges for all families. And we are in a moment when that partnership is tenuous at best. So we as Marylanders need to use all of the tools at our disposal and that are available to us to try to rebuild that partnership. That is why I support HB 488.
Recognizing the gentleman from Cecil County who has been very, very, very patient. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're
and
welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the bill. I wanted to go back to the floor leader's remarks that were made at the beginning of this debate, third reader. Lots of references to the executive branch, the federal level. A lot of references made to overtures and taking latitude and decisions made, that maybe some of you folks don't agree with. A lot of references made to the agencies that are controlled by the executive branch of the federal government. How does that translate to this bill and what's happening now? Well, the president didn't draw those congressional lines, all right? Right now we have a Republican-controlled Congress and Senate. They have the chance to push back on some of these. They have deferred. They have not taken action, as is their will, as was pointed out by the minority leader. If I Google when the redistricting push started in Maryland, the first article that comes up is dated October 30th, 2025 by Maryland Matters. More pushes for congressional redistricting, sets up confrontation with the Senate. Second one, November 4th, Maryland Governor Wes Moore starts redistricting process despite key opposition. Now, we all know about the separation of powers, all right? We have the legislative branch, the executive branch, and the executive branch doesn't draw the maps, right? It's not supposed to. If we go on, we look at the Diamondback newspaper, Governor Moore starts Maryland redistricting efforts amid national voter map battle. That's in November of 2025. We've heard that a couple members of this body were thinking about it, fixing to do something about it. It was on their minds. But the reality here is that as much as we might not like when the executive branch at the federal level does something that we don't agree with, we're against it, okay? But the same thing is happening here in Maryland right now. We have the governor driving the redistricting ship, created his own commission, convened members of a panel, came up with determinations, and lo and behold, there's pushback. There's pushback from Republicans in the House, and there's bipartisan pushback from Democrats and Republicans in the Senate. It's my hope that if this bill does leave this House, it won't be with my vote, that cooler heads will prevail in the Senate. Now, I want to go back to some of my comments on second reader, where we were speaking about history. The Gilded Age of politics in America, roughly started in the late 1870s. I have an article up here. Throughout the Gilded Age, state legislatures treated redistricting as a political cudgel. Nowhere was that more apparent than Ohio, where lawmakers redrew the state's congressional map an astonishing 7 times between 1878 and 1892. And folks, that's what bickering politics looks like, okay? Every year we come back and we fight for King of the Hill. We don't do anything. We don't do any policy. We don't fix anything. We don't lower utility rates. We don't make things more affordable. We just fight. And if we win this year, we might get beat next year. We'll just be back for more. There's a reason we don't do that anymore. It's because it's wrong. We tried that experiment. It failed miserably for everyone involved. I also brought up why this map disproportionately impacts Cecil County. Cecil County now is one of those districts that we just talked about that enters all the way down into Baltimore City, over an hour and a half drive away. Communities are being divided by this map. It doesn't meet our own state's constitution. I'm asking, I'm begging, I'm pleading that you throw up a red vote on third reader here. And if you don't, my hope is that the Senate maybe can make a better decision. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. I am actually, the gentleman that has been also very patient is the delegate from Anne Arundel County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I sincerely appreciate your patience as well. I do have some good news. The good news is, and I'm not pointing at anybody, but this is the longest I've ever listened to lawyers and not expected a 4-figure invoice in the mail. And on top of that, we all agree on something for once. It's about the Trump administration. These maps, they're not about fairness. They're not about protecting democracy. This is about disenfranchising over 1 million Republicans. If stopping Donald Trump is the battle cry, as we've heard all day long, I have the question, what is it? And I don't want the long litany of list again, that really he has done to destroy the country. Is it the economy? 4.3% GDP growth, gas under $3 in 43 states, 19 of them under $2. Inflation cut to 2.4%, down 70% from its peak. Permanent tax relief, no tax on tips, senior deductions, 100% net job growth going to Americans, energy exports booming. Now compare that to what we've done in here. 4th highest migrated state out in the country. 1st highest utility bill cost in the country. 7th highest gas tax. 49th in states to start a business. 46th in tax competitiveness. 5th most expensive state across the board to live in. 46th in roadway infrastructure. Highest energy bills. And our own Kumar Barve, chairman of the PSC, cited in a report the other day that we are the worst state in the country as far as regulatory environment for a power company to start and operate a business. Is that the Trump administration's fault? Is that Andy Harris's fault? What other atrocities has this president had? 5 out of 6 brokered peace deals in the last year. Israel-Hamas ceasefire with hostages released. Peace deal ended 35 years of conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Sorry, I just butchered the crap out of that.
It's okay, you try.
Israel has for hand. Conflict framework to the Ukraine deal, hosted over 40 foreign leaders, producing real agreements. The trade deals, trade covering over half the world's GDP, $244 billion in new U.S. contracts, 765,000 American jobs supported, China forced into agricultural purchases, rare earth export controls lifted, that helps the energy market, massive Japanese investment secured, crime, law and order, largest one-year homicide drop in U.S. history. Shout out to my friend Dan Bongino that said, you know what we do? Only 0.5% of the violent criminals commit over 50% of the violent crimes. Let's go get them. And that's what they did. Violent crime is down across the board. Fentanyl trafficking cut in half. Over 400,000 criminal illegal aliens deported. Chicago murders at the lowest level since 1965. DC violent crime cut in half. The bottom line is they deliver lower prices, safer streets, strong borders, peace abroad, prosperity at home. Meanwhile, here at Maryland, we have higher taxes, higher energy bills, less reliability, more mandates, and less accountability. That's not progress. That's failure wrapped in good intentions. 100-year supermajority here, 7 out of 8 congressional seats, 2 U.S. senators, and Maryland families are still paying more, hurting more, and getting less. So no, we do not need new maps. We need mirrors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm going to call on the delegate from Baltimore County, then the delegate from Montgomery County who has been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
You know, this isn't about redistricting. It's not about fairness. It's certainly not about the people of Maryland. It's about retaliation. We've heard it plain and clear. It's about retaliation against President Trump and congressional Republicans. This bill is a deliberate, intentional effort to eliminate an entire political minority from Maryland's congressional delegation. And Maryland courts have already ruled that this kind of conduct is unconstitutional. Judge Battaglia didn't strike down Maryland's last map. She wrote a warning and she said, when politicians design maps to predetermine outcomes, punish voters for their political beliefs, and eliminate effective opposition, those elections are no longer free. The map that she opined on, and this map we have before us, violates the Maryland Declaration of Rights. It is against a free elections clause, equal protection, and free speech because it discriminates against voters on political affiliation. That's exactly what's happening here. The intent is unmistakable, and Judge Battaglia spoke a lot about intent. We've heard it here, and we heard it in the Rules Committee. Governor Wes Moore appointed a so-called independent commission made up 100% of politicians that either are elected or were elected. There were no independents, no libertarians, no Green Party, no citizens, no average Joe, just insiders drawing maps to protect their own power. Political participation was treated as an inconvenience. For any of you that participated, of which I did, most of these meetings were scheduled from 4 to 6 o'clock on a Friday night. So think about the families and people who live in Maryland on a Friday night, during a holiday, by the way. This is from Thanksgiving to Christmas on a Friday night. You could sign up to join a Zoom call and possibly wait 2 hours and then possibly be called back to the next meeting. There were no in-person opportunities, not one single in-person opportunity, which is clearly disenfranchising to people who have a hard time using Zoom, which might be some people on this floor. The chair of the committee failed to show up for at least 50% of these meetings. I attended more of the meetings than she did. She wasn't attending in some, she got there late, and she left early. And then the most revealing moment of all, the vote for the map. That was held behind closed doors. There was no Zoom, there was no access, there was no public access. It was clearly violating Open Meetings Act, Open Meetings laws, with the former Attorney General of Maryland in attendance. It tells you everything you need to know about intent on this map. The bill was then rushed here to the legislature, where the rules for, ironically, the Rules Committee were bent and broken and reconstituted. Members of the Rules Committee were urged to be here on a Monday in person for a hearing where there was no agenda. Then the agenda shows up, and then we had Snowmageddon, and then we did actually end up meeting on a Tuesday. So let's talk about the people and what the people want. The people, it's about, as we've been told by Governor Westmore, this is for the people. So what the people say? Well, 404 people signed up to testify for the rules hearing, and 76% of them said no, do not do this. Their voices didn't matter. And then we got to the hearing where we got to listen to all kinds of rhetoric that I do take a little bit personally, because Republicans were compared to slave hunters. They were compared to a disease in a body that needed to be cut out of the body. The governor himself called it political redlining. Well, you know what? He's right. It is political redlining, because lines were drawn to isolate a race and silence a minority party. It created political representation deserts. It punishes communities for how they vote and ensures that millions of Marylanders who do not vote for Democrats will no longer have a voice in Congress. You know, that's not democracy. That's one-party rule. When politicians use government to silence their opponents instead of winning them through persuasion, that's called authoritarianism, and it borders on fascism. House Bill 488 repeats every constitutional defect the Maryland courts already condemned: intentional discrimination, voter delusion, and retaliation based on a political party. But you know what, Maryland Republicans, we won't be erased. We will not be silenced, and we will not accept this. We will see you in court, and once again, the Maryland Constitution will uphold our position and strike down this bill. Let's save us all the trouble and vote red on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Recognizing the delegate from Montgomery County.
Thank
you,
Madam
Thank you for being
Speaker.
patient.
Of course. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, I rise to support this bill, and I'll start out by saying I agree with the minority leader. There he goes. He stops and he's listening now. Maryland is not D.C., but it is undeniable that Marylanders across our state have benefited from the long partnership that our state has had with the federal government to cover access to needed services. The current administration has harmfully targeted our most vulnerable: the disabled, the hungry, the poor, our elderly neighbors, leaving millions in peril in every single zip code in our state. They have put 665,503 SNAP recipients in jeopardy by cutting access to nearly 8,000 legal residents and imposing onerous work requirements on nearly 80,000 recipients. Maryland veterans who have served our country, Maryland seniors, the unhoused here in our state, and our neighbors who are Marylanders who are here on legal visas. They have all been impacted by devastating actions of this administration. Our state budget is taking an over $240 million penalty this year just on SNAP alone. And we stand to lose so much more due to H.R. 1. This is all money that we could have used to grow our economy here in Maryland and invest in shared priorities here in our state. Our neighbors, our friends, our family members with disabilities, they faced among the harshest cuts, with Medicaid taking a $60 billion cut nationwide. Given that Medicaid funds 77% of essential services for our intellectually and developmentally disabled constituents, this is a massive blow. Let's not forget our seniors, over 1 million of whom in Maryland currently receive Social Security benefits. That is 1 in every 6 residents in our state. For about 30% of seniors, Social Security makes up over half of their monthly income. And yet in October, the administration planned deep cuts to these benefits, disproportionately targeting older workers. So for our seniors, our poor, our veterans, our unhoused, and for all Marylanders, I ask my colleagues to please support HB 488. Thank you.
Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker, Madam Speaker. I don't want to dismiss anyone. In fact, I want to include all of you. And though I get on people's nerves when I start talking about education, that's exactly what I'm about to discuss. February 2026, I am weary. The landscape of American education is undergoing, yes, a historic shift. Following executive orders and legislative efforts over the past year to significantly downsize the United States Department of Education has left much of the authority and the burden here in Maryland on every state. This has created in Maryland an all-hands-on-deck situation. We can't wait any longer if we care about what happens to our children in our schools. Maryland lawmakers are more critical now than ever. The department is downsized, but ladies and gentlemen, the laws around education and support for our children have not changed. Now, I hope we all agree that our children still deserve the best. And if any of you feel that downsizing is justified and that the states can do the job, okay, but then that means we must be deliberate and ready now, all of us, because the federal government has begun peeling essential education services to the Department of Labor, Health and Human Services. We in Maryland, under the Maryland State Department of Education, must be guided by the Maryland General Assembly. This is why we must act now. We have to help them to understand what it means to be the shield and the coordinator for all of our students. We, as the legislators, must be present now, again, deliberately, enforcing to ensure that every child, regardless of code, zip code, or background, still has a legal guarantee of a quality education. For every federal cut, there is a state cost we must pay. And when it comes to our children, it's not a cost that we can afford to put off. We no longer have the subsidies and the support we once relied on. Okay, lesson learned, but that just means work to be done now for our children. So now is the time to come together for them. Because without a central federal education authority, states are increasingly on their own regarding education. And that includes every part of it: housing, civil rights, health, and safety standards. Maryland is no exception. We must fill the gaps now. We must ensure that public health stability is in our schools. We must find state revenue to save the best in blueprint. But also other initiatives. We must continue to hone our educational standards, maintain high academic benchmarks and literacy goals, creating a state-level civil rights watchdog for our schools, so we can protect, as it was just said, our most vulnerable, those with disabilities and minority groups, those needing out-of-home residences, those who are in foster care. We are now depending on this state for oversight on matters of non-discrimination, as it was under the Federal Office of Civil Rights. And I know in this body there are those of you who take to your heart special education, specifically IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. We must be in this fight now for all of our children. We must be integrating with the Department of Labor and aligning Maryland's vocational training with new federal grant rules. These are the things that have to be done now for our children. In the words of State Superintendent Carrie Wright, the continued retreat on public education by the federal government has resulted in an inefficient approach to supporting children. We remain committed to upholding high standards. In the last 2 weeks, we have seen many children of all ages here. Some of them ours and some not. But you know what they all have in common? And is that none of them have asked for our politics. Not one. They only want to be loved and cared for and to have dreams that can become realities for them, and that takes education. So let's do this now without equivocation. Now for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. The delegate from the Eastern Shore, thank you for being so patient.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love this country, and I love Maryland. When anyone ever says anything, I'm always proud to say that I'm from Maryland. And I especially love the Eastern Shore. It's been my home for 64 and a half years. And I look at this bill and I oppose it. And I oppose it because I feel like it's taxation without representation. And we certainly know how to tax. When I look at the 8 congressional seats, 7 of them are certainly being represented by the majority party. Now, you know, if this map and this bill passes, there will be no representation for the minority party. And I look at diversity, equity, and inclusion as being something that's spoken around here quite often. How is this inclusive? How can you gerrymander the last seat and call this inclusive? To me, it's about fairness. And I oppose this bill. The minority party will have no representation if we allow this to pass. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Welcome. The delegate from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I rise to talk about the federal government's administration's cuts for renewable energy and conservation, as well as reducing EPA's oversight and pausing climate-focused infrastructure projects, and how they significantly have impacted Maryland. Some of these cuts include 7.6 billion in green grants, those that are reducing pollution, those that are enhancing infrastructure and supporting renewable energy, as well as 1 billion for watershed aid. Those are technical and financial assistance for watershed projects, flood prevention, and emergency disaster recovery, just to name a few. Many environmental projects and goals close to $1 billion in funding will be forced to stall, pause, or be canceled, causing Maryland to lose track in meeting its climate and infrastructure goals. Here are a few examples of the impact on Maryland. Renewable energy cuts. The administration revoked $7.6 billion in nationwide clean energy grants, hitting Maryland's wind and solar initiatives. That was 12 major energy and infrastructure projects across Maryland. Maryland Clean Energy Center lost $62 million in EPA funding, which was part of a national $7 billion Solar for All program designed for low-income housing. The U.S. Department of Transportation rescinded $47 million for an offshore wind project in Maryland. The grant was designated for Sparrows Point Steel Marshalling Port project, which aimed to serve as a manufacturing hub for U.S. Wind's turbine projects, of course, reigniting the steel mill. These cuts threaten jobs, are expected to raise energy costs, and hinder the state's efforts to reach 100% renewable energy by 2040. Thank God for a court ruling last month. The federal judge ruled that the administration's cancellation of $7.6 billion in grants was illegal and unconstitutional, noting that the decisions were based on political affiliations of the states. With this decision, Maryland can hope to get back on track. Infrastructure and funding, approximately $1 billion in watershed aid was cut, along with $36 million for a flood grant in Crisfield. The $36 million was intended for the Southern Flood Mitigation Project, designed to elevate roads, raise bulkheads, and improve drainage to protect the town from tidal flooding and sea level rise. With an elevation of only a few feet above sea level, 91.5% of Crisfield are at risk of flooding their properties. The loss of this funding means the town remains exposed to daily sun-day flooding and potential destruction from storm surges. The cancellation has halted or caused major pullbacks in private investments and redevelopment, such as expanded marina and hotel projects, as businesses fear the town's survival. Crisfield, as of 2020, has a population of 2,475, with a median age of 35. Thank goodness for a reinstatement order. A U.S. District Court of Massachusetts ruled on December 11th, found the termination of BRIC, Building Resilience Infrastructure and Communities programs, to be unlawful, requiring the restoration of these grants. We hope that Crisfield can get back on track. Electric vehicles. The Trump administration halted funding for a 2021 bipartisan initiative to build charging networks, causing a dispute with Maryland officials over already awarded funds. The U.S. Department of Transportation stopped approving funding for the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure and Charging Fueling Infrastructure programs. Maryland was awarded $56 million for projects like installing 91 new charging stations and repairing 44 ports. Maryland aims to have 1.1 million electric cars on the road by 2030 and mandates that all new passenger and light truck sales be electric or zero emission by 2035. With just under 150,000 electric vehicles registered in Maryland as of late 2025, the need is evident for rapid acceleration to meet the 2030 goals. Also, thank goodness for January 23rd ruling, a U.S. district judge ruled that the administration's freeze was unlawful and ordered the release of over $2 billion in frozen funds for all 50 states. Climate and research staffing. Federal jobs in the EPA, NOAA, and University of Maryland research centers face cuts jeopardizing scientific, Chesapeake Bay restoration, and climate research efforts. We know generally that Maryland was hit the hardest by the federal job reductions, with nearly 25,000 federal positions lost in 2025. Cuts to jobs in the federal sector where partnerships with Maryland were crucial to environmental research now threatens to reverse decades of water quality improvements, has cut over 50% of the staff of earth science and the elimination of greenhouse gas monitoring, and jeopardizes current and future research by limiting research staff at UMD. Marylanders represent 500 of the 90% of EPA employees who left or reassigned after the dismantling of the agency's research and development. FEMA and disaster aid. The administration denied appeals for FEMA funding after severe weather events in Maryland. In October of 2025, the federal administration denied the state of Maryland an appeal for FEMA disaster assistance following a severe May 2025 flooding in Allegheny and Garrett counties. Despite federal validation of over $33.7 million in damages, nearly triple the required threshold, the denial left Western Maryland residents and infrastructure projects without critical federal aid. The environmental impacts of a flood of this magnitude are water contamination. Flooding caused at least 24 sewage overflows. Debris and contamination. Flooding in the Potomac River released years of accumulated debris, including timber, trash, and submerged hazardous materials, with water levels reaching levels not seen since 2018. Soil and shoreline erosion. The rapid response of water caused substantial erosion along riverbanks and throughout affected communities. And I don't even want to bring up our toxic soup concerns, the mix of floodwaters with industrial or residential hazardous materials, which creates a toxic soup of contaminants in some areas. Hazardous material spills, damaged heating and oil tanks and other hazardous materials were released into the environment. And the longer-term impacts on our ecosystem with severe flooding and debris removal processes have disrupted local habitats and vegetation with potential for long-term ecological consequences. Madam Speaker and colleagues, these federal cuts have created an uncertain future for Maryland's environmental projects, forcing the state to navigate significant financial losses while trying to continue its climate commitments and goals, and that's why I will be in support of HB 488.
Thank you. I'm going to call next the delegate that sits on the Health Committee from the Eastern Shore, because there are a few of you. But before I do that, I would like to take a pause just to call on the Majority Leader to recognize some visitors that we have in the gallery that have to leave soon, okay? Thank you for your indulgence. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, witnessing government in action today here, we have with us a very special guest. In the gallery above Madam Speaker, we have the Utah House of Representatives Minority Leader, Angela Romero. Representative Romero is traveling today with some outstanding young leaders, student leaders from Utah. They are members of the Salt Lake City Youth Council. So our guests are here to attend the National Leadership Forum in Washington, D.C., as part of the Community Anti-Drug Coalition of America. The forum brings together more than 3,000 participants representing community anti-drug coalitions, government leaders, youth, addiction treatment professionals, researchers, educators, law enforcement professionals, and faith-based leaders to learn the latest strategies to fight substance use and misuse and hear from nationally known experts and policymakers. Again, welcome our guests from Utah to Maryland.
Give them a warm welcome, please. All right, over there. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying it. Very civil. We're modeling civility for you, okay? I am going to call next a delegate that sits on the Health Committee from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, so 3 weeks ago, we arrived here in Annapolis, and I came in with a lot of renewed hope and vigor, a new speaker. And I really thought we were going to work together on some of the most important issues that Maryland's facing, about affordability, about energy. And yet here we are, our first bill that we're going to vote on is a bill that's driving a wedge right down the aisle. I've heard positive words about dignity and civility and grace, and I know we have that, and I know that's here. but this is a disingenuous bill. It's a bill that is partisan. I watched the hearings as well, and yes, I watched more than the chair of the commission did. I've also counted how many people came in opposition to the Rules Committee. I think 167 signed up for it, and at least 80% of them were against this. To say that we're continuing to listen to the people of Maryland is really, really disingenuous. You know, today is not a blessed day for the million Republicans who are registered in Maryland. Today is not a blessed day for the Eastern Shore. Today is not a blessed day for the million independents whose voices will not also be heard. You know, I keep hearing about Texas, and people saying, well, why didn't I stand up and say something about Texas? Well, I don't live in Texas. I'm not in the Texas legislature. I wouldn't even know how about going about and doing that. But I do recall some words my mom used to tell me. It says, just because everybody's doing it, it doesn't make it right. And this is not right just because Texas is doing it. Then I thought maybe we'd be more like Indiana, where there was some common sense from the Republican-led Senate who said they're not going to take up this issue. And maybe that common sense will occur here in the Senate of Maryland. But it looks like we're down the path of Virginia. We'll eventually end up in courts. As I've been listening to the debate here tonight, I'm perplexed as to, are we trying to gerrymander a Republican district out, or are we trying to get rid of my congressman, Andy Harris, who many in this room I know don't like? I probably don't like your congressman, but I don't know them. But I do know Congressman Harris, and I know that he cares a great deal about the Eastern Shore. I actually had the opportunity to sit down and have a beer with him this past Friday night after we debated second reader here, to hear more about the millions and millions of dollars that he's been providing to our district from fire companies, police departments, hospitals. You know, Madam Speaker, this summer, the delegate from Caroline County and I had a call with you about looking for funding for a behavioral project on the Eastern Shore. And it was just after H.R. 1 came out. And you said to us, go to your R congressman and see if you can get funding from him. And we did. We got $5.2 million from him. This is perplexing to me because I know I have constituents that don't like Congressman Harris. But that's what elections are for. That's why we have elections. If this bill passes forward, it will be the end of democracy for the state of Maryland. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Recognizing the delegate from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I'm thinking about Congressman Parren Mitchell at the moment. I'm just reflecting. And so, Madam Speaker, I rise not to talk about maps or politics as a game, but to talk about power and what happens and the price we pay when power is abused. Maryland is the home of the largest number of black and minority businesses in the country. And right now, black businesses and minority-owned businesses across the country are under attack. This is a coordinated effort, a direct effort, an assault by the federal government. The U.S. Department of Commerce Minority Business Development Agency, the only agency in the federal government focused on growing minority businesses, shuttered. The court said no, and administration went through anyway. The Disadvantaged Business Entity Program, which Maryland is the home to over 10,000 certified federally disadvantaged business entities, one of 5 in the United States, that program halted. The 8A program sent into chaos because of an executive order. And now the U.S. Department of Defense says, no more, I'm shutting it down. What this means to Maryland, which is the home to approximately 255,000 minority businesses, employing over 178,000 individuals, think about the impact on our economy. These are not abstract policies. These are real businesses, real jobs, real families, and real communities being harmed. For more than 50 years, these programs have been among the most successful wealth-building tools this nation has ever created for Black and brown entrepreneurs and those of communities that have been historically left out. They did not create handouts, they created hand-ups. They created pathways into the marketplace. And they created those programs not just under Democratic leadership, but under Republican leadership. The Minority Business Development Agency was actually founded in 1968 under President Nixon. And over the years, just about every administration, except for most recently, saw the value, the need to grow wealth in all communities. So here is the constitutional crisis we now face. Congress actually authorized all of the programs that I mentioned. They actually allocated funding for every program that I mentioned. And the executive branch is killing them by neglect and sabotage, and no one is holding them accountable. Not one vote. This is why Maryland cannot sit on the sidelines. We're only a few seats away. Only a few seats away from restoring oversight. Only a few seats away from stopping the dismantling of civil rights and economic opportunity and dismantling it simply by executive fiat. Maryland has always been a leader in equity, fairness, and inclusive economic growth. We've led the nation in procurement reform. We've led in minority business development. We've led in demonstrating that growing Black wealth grows the whole economy. But leadership requires action. Mid-decade redistricting is about whether Maryland will use its constitutional authority to defend its values. Redistricting is guided by long-standing principles, including compactness, contiguity, and the respect for communities of interest. Consistent with Constitutional and Voting Rights Act requirements. So let's talk about communities of interest. They're not abstract. In Maryland, they include Black entrepreneurs, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and socially and economically disadvantaged individuals, and the economic systems that have grown over decades through intentional policy and federal partnership. We have no partnership today. When those communities are under direct attack by the federal government, it is reasonable to consider whether our congressional delegation is positioned to defend them and the opportunities that they sustain. Because if we do nothing, we are complicit in the destruction of the most successful Black business development ecosystem this country has ever known. An ecosystem that until recently has been supported by all sides of the aisle. A system that was architected, as I mentioned, during the Nixon administration. This is not theoretical. This is not distant. This is happening now. Maryland must participate in the fight to retake the heart and the soul of our nation. Maryland must participate in the fight to restore checks and balances in our system. For me, this is really not about party. This is about policy and electing those who believe in the people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My pleasure.
I'm privileged to follow my colleague, the other gentleman from Baltimore County. I think that it kind of leads in well to what I want to talk about for a moment. I don't want to talk about maps either. I want to talk about equity and fairness, but I want to talk about process, how we got here, this floor today. So I want to read first from the Redistricting Commission's own website. And it says, and I quote, "Governor Moore has asked the commission to engage Marylanders across the state." So what does that mean in practice? To me, in practice, that means that we're going to do everything we can to engage every Marylander that we can. I attended the first hearing on November 14th of the commission. During that hearing, I cautioned the commissioners about the process that it appeared that they were setting up. It appeared at that time, which later became true, that they were setting up a process which was going to only hold virtual meetings, no in-person meetings for citizens of Maryland to voice their opinions, to share their ideas about this map. How does that compare to some of the previous commissions that have existed? We don't have to go all the way back in history, but we can look at the previous two that have existed. Governor Hogan, he had a similar commission. They held 36 in-person public meetings. Governor O'Malley, he had a similar commission as well. They held 12 in-person public meetings. So what's the net effect of holding no in-person public meetings? Well, I think there's several. And I think there's several discriminatory outcomes and effects that come from that. And why do I think that? Well, because I've heard it from my constituents. Courts have often said that virtual-only meetings disproportionately burden several different communities, one of which is elderly residents. Now, in my district that I share with the gentlelady from Baltimore County to my right, we have a community called Oak Crest Village in our district. It is one of the largest retirement communities in the state of Maryland. It's 2,100 residents. It's maybe not as large as one of those big ones that's in Montgomery County that some of our colleagues have in their district, but it's a pretty darn big place. And what have I heard from several of my constituents that live in this community who are, in some cases, up to 100, they even have several residents that are over 100 years old. What have they said? Virtual-only meetings were difficult for them to participate in because of their age and because many of them find it difficult to use technology like this. My district also has many areas in eastern Baltimore County that are low-income communities. That's also a group that court cases have talked about virtual-only meetings before. What have I heard from some of those constituents? They have indicated for various reasons, whether for the reasons that the good delegate from Baltimore County talked about timing of virtual-only meetings, or reasons related to lack of access to certain technologies to participate in these meetings, that they were not engaged in the process. And then that brings me to another group of individuals in our state. Rural areas with poor broadband access. Now, you might think that this is a problem just for the Eastern Shore or Western Maryland or somewhere that's far off in the state, wherever that may be in your mind. Well, I can tell you that in Baltimore County, there is still a significant portion of the northern county that does not have good broadband access. And what have those folks said? They also said that they had a difficult time participating in this process because we only held virtual-only public meetings. What have courts said about that with respect to rural areas that have poor broadband access? Well, actually, in some court cases, and I'm going to probably be accused of being a jailhouse attorney here, but they have said that that could constitute Voting Rights Act issues or equal protection principles issues. So I'll say what I said again when I testified on November the 14th, 2025. When you set up a process like this that from the start does not seek to engage everyone in Maryland, and in fact, disproportionately discriminates against some people in Maryland, you get an outcome that is flawed just from the start. So no matter how we feel about the maps, I have my feelings on those. Others have talked about that to great length. This entire process has been flawed from the start because we intentionally did not allow various communities to participate with virtual-only meetings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I'm recognizing the young lady from Baltimore City.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today just to express the very immediate and real challenge that our state is facing, and one of the primary reasons why this discussion on redistricting matters so much right now. In 2025, our state lost 25,000 federal jobs, which is the highest number of jobs that any state in the nation lost. In October alone, 10,300 of our federal workers were laid off. And so we know that these are not just abstract numbers or statistics, but they represent our families, our friends, our neighbors, and our constituents. But more importantly, these federal workers are part of the fabric of Maryland's economy, because 1 in 7 Maryland workers are tied to the federal government. So when they are targeted, our entire state feels it. When those jobs disappear, the impact is immediate. Families turn to our unemployment system, and because comparable work right now is difficult and increasingly hard to find, many of them are remaining on unemployment insurance longer than they've ever expected. So that strain doesn't just stop with those workers, it spreads to our local economies, our small businesses, and our communities. From Prince George's County to Baltimore City, to Montgomery County, the Eastern Shore, and beyond. So an attack on our federal workforce is an attack on Maryland's workforce. At the same time that these layoffs of vital members in our workforce are accelerating, we are also watching our democratic institutions come under serious strain. Our system is built on checks and balances, and this legislature is where the people's voice is meant to be strongest. This chamber exists to represent the needs of the people, to push back when decisions are made without regard for real-world consequences, and demand accountability when power is exercised recklessly. But when political power is consolidated, when it's insulated from the public, that voice weakens at the exact moment families need it most. The Trump administration has made it clear that supporting the federal workforce Maryland depends on is not its priority. Its priority is consolidating power. We have already seen the consequences through efforts to weaken worker protections, sideline unions, hollow out agencies, and make it easier to fire public servants for doing their jobs instead of showing political loyalty. And the courts have had to step in again and again to block or slow these efforts because they violated federal law or exceeded executive authority. But our courts are only able to act after harm has begun. They are not a substitute for democratic accountability. So Maryland cannot afford to be passive, as we've all heard today. When federal workers are laid off, Maryland absorbs the cost. Our unemployment system absorbs it, our housing market absorbs it, our healthcare system absorbs it, our small businesses absorb it. The ripple effects reach every corner of the state. So this is not politics as usual. This is about ensuring that states like Texas don't get to make decisions for working Marylanders. It's about whether representation keeps pace with the realities our communities are living through. And it is about whether this body remains firmly connected to the people it serves. As these decisions are brought home to Maryland families, to their doorsteps, it is our responsibility to respond. Redistricting is part of that response. It is how we strengthen representation. It is how we protect the people's branch of government. And it is how we ensure that Marylanders have a fair and meaningful voice as we defend both our economy and our democracy. So at a moment when democratic norms and economic security are under simultaneous attack, we cannot allow the voices of Marylanders to be muted by North Carolina or by Missouri. This legislation is how we resist unchecked power. It's how we ensure that our people will not be silenced and that Maryland will be heard loud. And for those reasons, I am voting for this bill and urge you all to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing the delegate from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
And
Thank you for being patient. I see you. I'm going to call you, okay?
I'm proof that you're going to call me because I sat down. I wasn't going to speak today, but I came in late, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
I'm the chairman of the Eastern Shore delegation, and I have been for now 4 years. And what a pleasure it's been to be elected by my colleagues to do this for the 4-year term. We are on the Eastern Shore from Cecil County down to Somerset County, 4 senators, 12 delegates. I compare that to Montgomery County, which is the largest jurisdiction by population countywide. In Montgomery County, you have 8 senators and 24 delegates. That's for one county. And the reason why I share that with you, as you're raising your hand in celebration, the reason why I'm sharing that with you is it reminds me regularly of the difficulty that we have on the Eastern Shore. It's not that we don't get along, and it's not that I can't relate to members from Montgomery County. It's that we are voted in by different citizens with different ideas as to what they want from their government leadership. Madam Speaker, your predecessor, twice removed, Michael Bush, sat me and my colleague when I was elected as a freshman, believe it or not, in the Montgomery County delegation. I look at the majority leader today. I think you and I sat next to each other for a year. Later, I would sit next to the future chair of Environment and Transportation. And I also sat next to the future Lieutenant Governor for the state of Maryland, Aruna Miller. So your Eastern Shore representative, a Republican, conservative one at that, was sat in the Montgomery County delegation. I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about Montgomery County and their priorities. My conclusion after 12 years, and to be fair to my friends, is that we were elected by different areas of the state for different reasons. You can judge for yourself which one has a more powerful vote through the end of the day, who got the better bang for the buck, but I think my Eastern Shore voters got a pretty good bargain. When I look at that bill up there, Madam Speaker, General Assembly and representatives in Congress, I see that word representatives. And representatives means closest to the people. When I think House of Delegates and the history that we talk about, the House of Delegates is the people's chamber. It is supposed to be the elected officials closest to the people, the ones that are most accountable, most responsible. They're elected to legislative districts, each of us, that are tight, compact, and meant to be able to come to Annapolis and for this little box that we stand in, represent those people that put us right here. In Washington, it's the same thing. That is the representatives in Congress, the House of Representatives, the people's chamber. And Madam Speaker, if the bill passes and that map becomes law, we on the Eastern Shore lose our representative. And so you might imagine why we're frustrated and why we're a little bit mad about it. But I present to you in conclusion the idea behind Occam's razor, which is the easiest explanation is normally the one that's correct. And I believe that this legislature is mad. And maybe you have a right to be mad. In fact, I've heard a lot of points brought today why you're mad. Are we mad at the president? Are we mad at the judiciary? Are we mad at the legislature? because I'm hearing a lot about anger with the judiciary in our country. I'm hearing a lot about the anger about the president. I haven't heard a whole lot about why the legislature, which is what this bill is aimed at charging at, is where we're going to take the action. Now, I don't know the exact number. I should before I stand up on the floor and say this. But there's over 400 members of the House of Representatives. And most of those districts are drawn in such a way that there is political interest. I get it. But my representative, my congressman, is a phone call away to me, is a person that I can call and say, hey, I have a concern. I have a constituent request. They might need a passport. But I can tell you right now that that's the representative closest to the people who I can pick up the phone and get something done. It's also the congressman who's a subcommittee chair on issues that relate to agriculture and has experience and background in healthcare. And so when we see things happening to our benefit for the agricultural community, for the waterman community, I charge you and challenge you with the idea that we on the Eastern Shore are uniquely represented. And the congressman gets reelected because of that representation. And so I close my comments and I reflected on my past sitting in the Montgomery County delegation. We can be of the same legislative body with far different values, far different reasons why we vote the way we do and represent the people the way we do. But I don't think anybody would go out of their way to move me out by way of redistricting, not merely because of my political views. I don't think we should be doing that here without at least considering why it is that we're fighting on the floor today. Because it's as much about who's representing us and how that representation is happening, how it helps the people that are directly electing that congressman, who understands that he is closest, most direct representative in Washington, and that's the kind of anger, frustration, and concern that we are sharing with you today, and I would ask you to consider that as we continue this debate.
Thank you. I'm recognizing the lady from Anne Arundel County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Absolutely.
I'm going to get to you.
I just want to reiterate the points that have been made by several of my colleagues that this map is not about reform. This map is not about fairness. This is a reactionary response triggered by the current administration. I have a master's degree in leadership, and any leadership course I've ever taken says that leadership should be proactive, not reactive. But I want to go back to a comment that was made that says that this current map serves to protect Republicans and disenfranchises black people. That framing was very misleading. I want to just say for your information that black people are not a monolith. Black people are Democrats, independents, and yes, Republicans. In fact, across this country, the number of black voters switching or registering as independent and Republicans has more than doubled over the past decade. And I can tell you in my personal experience, I get calls on a regular basis from black Democrats who tell me they are sick and tired. And they ask me, how can they get involved in the Republican Party? How can they switch parties? I get those calls on a regular basis. And it's because we want results. We're tired of talking points. You could look around our communities, you could look around at our schools. You know, nothing is being done. We are sick and tired of being sick and tired. We want accountability, not assumptions about how we're supposed to vote. This map is a clear example of voter suppression. So let's stop pretending that manipulating district lines is somehow an act of equity or racial justice, because it's not. What this map does is disenfranchise all Republicans, black, white, Hispanic, and otherwise, but intentionally diluting their voices. That's what it's doing. That's not democracy. This is not representation. This is not fairness. And let's talk about our priorities. The Bible says charity starts at home, but the argument for this bill is focused on national issues and nothing about our home, Maryland. We are now 19 days into a 90-day legislative session, And that means that 1/5 of our time here in Annapolis and our taxpayers' dollars has been spent debating a map that was fast-tracked on a rocket docket, while we have done nothing to address the issues in our home, such as the skyrocketing energy bills, crushing taxes and fees that are hurting working families, the rising cost of living squeezing small businesses and senior citizens, our failing public school education, $150 million cut by the Moore administration to the Developmental Disabilities Administration, and the list goes on and on. Our constituents did not send us here to play political chess with district lines. They sent us here to solve real problems. When this body spends 3 weeks focused on redistricting instead of affordability, public trust, and basic government function, it sends a very clear message. The public interest is taking a back seat to political power. Mid-cycle redistricting undermines voter confidence, destabilizes our electoral system, and prioritizes party advantage over the will of the people. If the rules change every time one side is unhappy with the outcome, then election cease to have no meaning. I will not support legislation that rewrites the rules midway, silences voters, and distracts from the urgent issues Marylanders are demanding that we address here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Welcome. I have a list.
Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the young lady from Anne Arundel County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Today, I rise in support of HB 488. I rise specifically on behalf of all the women who cannot speak up, as the cost to them is too great to bear, so we must do it for them. From the moment President Trump returned to the presidency, he wasted no time using his executive power to implement Project 2025 and its draconian views of women in American society. What we are seeing in this administration is not a difference of opinion. It is a systemic and planned effort to eliminate progress made by women towards equality in the workplace, equality in the military, and access to education, and very literally life-saving health care. Let's look at the facts. In just 1 year, the administration has kneecapped the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, eliminating workplace harassment training, cut $1 trillion in Medicaid funding, disproportionately affecting women and children, including the possible closure of 130 labor and delivery units in rural areas, restricted funding, and put at serious risk vital 12-month postpartum coverage, defunded clinics across our country that provide life-saving reproductive health care, and banned the VA health care, which provides health care for more than half of active duty military service women, from providing abortion care or counseling. Cut minimum wage for federal contractors by 25%, which, according to the Economic Policy Institute, disproportionately impacts women. The Department of Education eliminated many post-baccalaureate degrees from regulatory definition of professional degree. The majority of these degrees, you guessed it, they are predominantly held by women, limiting access to critical funding pathways for degree access and completion for women. 75% of graduate degrees for registered nurses, dental hygiene, occupational therapy, audiology, social work, teaching, and public health, I could go on, all now deemed not professional degrees. Good luck talking to the bank about a loan to get that post-collegiate degree. Gutted the Women's Bureau of the Department of Labor, eliminated the committee to ensure the well-being of women in the military, in addition to making it harder for service women to report sexual harassment or discrimination, and threatened protections for nearly 3 million pregnant workers per year. This is after 1 year. 1 year, only a fraction of the actions this administration has taken, which has negatively impacted women throughout Maryland and throughout our country. You know, the question was asked about anger, frustration. Those words don't cover the feelings when you see a woman pulled from her car, thrown to the ground, or her child taken from her and put in a detainment facility. Your eyes and ears do not deceive you. This administration is handing over the policy-making keys to men whose personal projects are delegitimizing women in all public and professional spaces. That should terrify all of us. The Trump administration has wielded its power through policies and executive orders that have set women back decades. This must galvanize us into action. Thankfully, there is a check on this power. It is the voice of the people through representation in Congress. President Trump has commanded Texas, North Carolina, Missouri, Ohio, Florida, Indiana, and other states to redistrict, and by doing so is attempting to ensure an outcome that disenfranchises voters, women in every state of this union, including Maryland women. There's a few hundred-year-old saying regarding equality for women. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Maryland must do our part to ensure that Maryland women and women across this country still have a voice in Congress that can check that power. For all the Maryland women who came before me and made it possible for me to stand on this floor, and those who will come after, I will be voting green on HB 488. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the gentleman, and thank you for being so patient, from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My pleasure.
I appreciate it. We've asked a lot of questions here today. I think there's actually only one question we should ask ourselves. What would the folks from our district say if they were here today? And I asked myself, what would the folks from places like Dundalk or Essex or Edgemere say if they were sitting with us today listening to this conversation? They'd probably walk out in disgust. They'd probably say, my institutions don't work for me. What if we could run some of these issues by folks from Dundalk and Edgemere and Essex? The gentleman from Charles said, we have to take this last district because President Trump has a spending problem. For that reason, we need to eliminate every Republican. Is that what we're supposed to think? If we just took out the last Republican, the Democrats are going to rein in spending? The young lady from the Healthcare Committee told us we need this last seat so that we can continue to reduce healthcare costs. Does anybody remember when Obamacare passed? They called it the biggest political lie of the year. They told us, if you like your plan, you can keep it. And subsequently, hundreds of thousands of health care plans were eliminated in this state and around the country. In my district, I talked to a lady who got a quote on a health care plan for a family of 3, $1,500 a month. If we're reducing health care costs, it sure doesn't look like it. The young lady from Baltimore City mentioned U.S. Wind. They were supposed to bring 500, remember that? 500 steelworker jobs to Dundalk. My family came from steel. It's very important to me, and I think the people of Dundalk would be very interested in seeing that happen. We got 0. U.S. Wind is an Italian company. They don't have a business. When their permit got threatened, they said, we're going to lose our business, because they don't have a business. U.S. Wind depends on $5 billion in Maryland taxpayer subsidies over 20 years to even exist. That's the state of the union. Corporate welfare. And for that reason, if we just got that last seat, if we just exterminated the Republicans, we could wrap this all up and get ourselves some corporate welfare. What would the people in Dundalk think? What would they say? I listened to my friend from Baltimore County talk about small business grants, and I value small business owners. But I think about the people talking at home about what they're going through. For me, it's not the role of the government to tax us and then give us back our money and call that economic growth. And I feel we're so disconnected with what's happening in every district. Madam Speaker, I am the Lorax and I speak for the trees, and I'd like to speak for James Clydens from my district today. This is a post from social media. I'm a pastor in Dundalk, and our church's BGE bill tripled. I decided to spend the morning calling surrounding churches and pastors. What I've heard breaks my heart. Older people resorting to eating cat food because they can't afford food. Cat food. Single mothers who don't know how they're going to feed their babies. Small churches having to close their doors simply because they can't keep up with the BGE spike. This is criminal. People are starving and freezing. We are so disconnected with what is happening in this state. You know what this feels like? Everybody likes to have these No Kings rallies. This feels like this is the swamp. This is where the kings are. And we are subjugating those people out there. Talking about $5 billion subsidies for corporations. Unbelievable. And for that reason, we need to take the last seat. We need to give a political monopoly to the people who gave BGE a monopoly. I think this is one more constituency abandoned by King Moore, and I think maybe this is the day that Maryland voters walk away from the Democrat Party.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
1 second. I have a list the way I have been seeing it. I have the delegate from Frederick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, we talk a lot about redistricting. We talk a lot about maps and math. But what we're really talking about here is power. Who has it, how it's used, and whether the voices of everyday people still matter. Across this country right now, we are seeing something deeply dangerous unfold. States like Texas, Missouri, Florida, etc., are redrawing their congressional maps at the orders of one place, the White House. Not to better represent their residents, but to cement a political ideology into government, even when the voters have clearly rejected it. That is not democracy responding to its people. That is power entrenching itself against them. And when you start to entrench power, you start by targeting communities with the least political protection. And that is why LGBTQ plus people are under attack. Bans on medically accepted health care, HIV programs being defunded, doctors and patients are threatened with investigation and prosecution. These are not policy disagreements, friends. These are exercises of control, deciding who gets to live, who suffers, who must suffer the indignities or die. When the government decides whose health care is legitimate and whose is not, no one's health care is safe. The federal administration is restricting public spaces, bathroom bans, ID rollbacks, unnecessary travel burdens, and even homelessness shelter exclusions. These policies normalize the idea that some people must dehumanize themselves just to live their daily lives. Identity policing won't stop with queer people. It becomes a tool that will be used against all of us. Civil rights protections are being hollowed out. Laws still exist on paper, but enforcement, it's selective. Speech is restricted, books banned, art and expression are being criminalized. If rights are optional, they are not rights. This administration labels queer people unfit to teach, untrustworthy to serve our country, and mentally unwell. That is not about safety. That's about redefining citizenship. The administration is deliberately sowing suspicion, moving us all one step closer to loyalty tests. Even history itself is being rewritten, friends. Archives are being scrubbed, stories are erased. I don't have to tell all of you, erasing history harms community. It harms culture, and it makes the dehumanization of people easier. This is not random. This is not accidental. This is what ideological entrenchment looks like. That is why redistricting matters now. Redistricting is not being driven by Maryland. Instead, Maryland is compelled because the federal administration is trying to impose a national ideology by manipulating representation state by state. If we do not respond thoughtfully and deliberately, we allow that manipulation to spread. Redistricting today is about protecting the principle that the government derives its legitimacy from its people. Fair representation is the guardrail that prevents any administration, left or right, from locking its power in place over the citizens, voters' objections, and at the expense of the most vulnerable among us. LGBTQ people are not seeking special treatment here, friends. We, in every district across this state, all 47 of them, are sounding the alarm, because history shows us clearly that when a government succeeds in stripping the rights from one group, it learns very quickly that it can do it again and again and again. We are the early warning system, but we are not the final target. If Maryland believes in democracy, we must ensure that representation reflects our people, not a forced ideology. Because when representation fails, rights fail. And when rights fall for one group, they fall for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So I have a list, and let me tell you, I have a gentleman from the Eastern Shore, someone from Baltimore City, someone from St. Mary, someone from Prince George's, someone from Hartford, someone from Montgomery, someone from Western, someone from Prince George's, someone from Southern Maryland. So if you see me writing, I have help here. I am watching, and I'm going to get to you, okay? So just be patient. I am going to call on, there's two gentlemen from the Eastern Shore. The gentleman in the back, you, yes. Because I know the gentleman in front of you wants to be called upon. You're going to go first.
Thank you.
Followed by the gentleman from Baltimore City. If you could just be patient with me, I will call on you, okay? Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I like that term, ideological entrenchment. That was actually a very good term, and my response to that ain't the pot calling the kettle black here, right? I mean, seriously. Madam Speaker, you led the session off, and then you also led the day off in a very positive way. Basically saying whether you win or whether you lose, we should do it in grace. We should do it gracefully. And so I want to extend that to the national level, because it seems like the entire conversation here has to do with what's happening in Washington, D.C., and not what's happening in Maryland. We had an election 2 years ago, and one of the things about the president is that he's not a politician. He basically said what he's going to do, then he did it, right? We may not like it ideologically, but he's doing what he said he was going to do. So I want to ask you a rhetorical question. You guys lost an election 2 years ago. You lost three elections. We lost both the House, the Senate, and the executive branch 3 years ago. Is this losing gracefully, honestly? You're doing exactly what you're accusing the folks in Tennessee are doing, or Texas of doing, and you're saying it's wrong. That's hypocrisy. I'm going to ask you another hypothetical question. If folks from Texas climbed to the top of the Bay Bridge, would you jump off too? I mean, that's the first time I mentioned the Bay Bridge the entire time, right? I know some folks were saying, that we mentioned in the conversation that we're against, going across the Bay Bridge to, no, actually we're not. I mean, I
Don't
don't
pick
have a
on the
problem.
Bay Bridge.
I'm sorry?
Don't pick on the Bay Bridge. It doesn't
Oh,
make it.
no. Well, the Bay Bridge needs a lot of work, Madam Speaker. And we do want another one. But for us, that's not the issue. If we were, and in fact, what I'm going to do is I actually did Chat GPT here, so I'm going to have to read it. I have to put my glasses on. Well, I mean, I sound like other people were using Chat GPT, so I figured I might as well. So I have to read it because what it has to do is with Colombia, right? But I don't know about Colombia because we don't share that much in interest, commonality or that sort of thing. But I'm going to read about it. It says, let's see, origins of Colombia. Doesn't go back that far. I mean, Eastern Shore, we go back to the 1400s. Colombia was founded in 1967 by James Rouse, a real estate developer and philanthropist. His goal was ambitious to build a new kind of city that would avoid social, racial, and economic segregation common among American suburbs. He chose the farmland in Howard County, roughly halfway between Baltimore and Washington, D.C. Now, if we were going to pass these maps back in the 1960s, that might work. That might work because there's commonality between Columbia and Howard County back in the 1960s and the Eastern Shore in the 2020s. They're a lot different now. They have 170,000 people in Columbia. They have high-rise buildings in Columbia. There's not a single high-rise building anywhere on the Eastern Shore. I think the highest we go might be 4 or 5 stories because we don't have fire trucks that go up high enough to put a fire out on the Eastern Shore. They have PUDs, they have MUDs, they have all sorts of things that we can only dream of on the Eastern Shore. There is no commonality of interest whatsoever. Now, if these maps instead would go to Columbia, they would go across the Bay Bridge, down the Western Shore, along the shoreline to southern Anne Arundel County. Well, that might be more fair. They might be more fair maps if we were to do that. But that would not achieve the outcome that you guys want. What you guys want is you want another Democrat to fight the Trump policies in Washington, D.C. We didn't admit it. Nobody would admit it. All we want to do is talk about all the horrible things that we dislike ideologically about what the Trump administration's doing. But that's exactly why we ended up putting folks who have no identity, shared identity, in Howard County and Arundel County, and we put them in District 1. It's wrong, guys. There's nothing right about it. And if you're honest with yourself, you have to agree with me. What we're doing to Marylanders, what you might be doing on a national level in your minds might be justified, because sometimes the ends justifies the means. But what we're doing here in Maryland and what we're doing to Marylanders is wrong. And I just want to make that very, very crystal clear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Next, I have the gentleman from Baltimore City. Thanks again, everyone, for being patient.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, for generations in this country, black and brown people have been fighting tooth and nail in the trenches of our society to achieve true equity as full-fledged citizens of this democracy. From the founding of our nation, black and brown people were considered by our own government, to quote the Dred Scott opinion, so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. Even though we were building the very wealth of this nation on our backs. Our state-sanctioned oppression forced us to withstand chattel slavery, the black codes, Jim Crow segregation, economic oppression like redlining, political oppression like poll taxes, and legal oppression like the so-called war on drugs, just to name a couple. As President Obama said at the 50th anniversary of the March on Selma, progress in this country has always come slowly. And so it has been with the struggle for justice and freedom for all people in America. But the positive gradual change that we've seen in our country has only developed because marginalized people have demanded policies that have expanded opportunity for minorities in hiring, retention, advancement in the workforce, greater representation in higher education and trades, targeted investments in long underserved communities of color. In the recent past, before this current federal administration, it appeared that our country was turning a corner towards a truly more perfect union that sought to finally weave the right to equity, not just mere equality, into the fabric of our nation. Equity. The explicit recognition that people do not start from the same place due to historical and systemic barriers, and the unwavering commitment to ensuring equal outcomes by leveling the playing field. Our former commitment as a country to diversity, equity, and inclusion was a resounding acknowledgement that all people not only deserve a seat at the table, but also deserve the right to go get an equal portion of the proverbial pie. But now, after decades of incremental progress, the second Trump administration, flanked by an ultra-conservative supermajority in Congress, is hell-bent on taking us backwards by systematically shredding progressive protections and policies, by erroneously labeling DEI as radical, illegal, and immoral reverse discrimination, and a dangerous influence that needs to be somehow stamped out. But the reality is, Trump's attempts to eradicate DEI are a scantily veiled direct attack on Black and brown America. Trump has targeted the one sector of our workforce where Black people are actually overrepresented, and has charted a path that will devastate Black families across the nation by snatching away their incomes, all in the name of quote-unquote white victimhood. The numbers don't lie. 41% of federal workers are people of color, and Trump is on pace to reach 300,000 federal employee cuts soon. It's no wonder that the Black workforce unemployment rate rose from 6% to 8.3% at the end of last year, while white unemployment stayed steady at 3%. It's because approximately 80% of federal workers targeted by Trump in the DEI-related dismissals are people of color. Despite running afoul of First Amendment and due process protections, Trump has attempted to eradicate equity in our federal procurement process by his effort to terminate equity-related grants and contracts, a clear initiative to ice out small minority business owners. Trump's unfounded condemnation of DEI has sent indefensible shockwaves through corporate America, causing S&P 100 executives with a threat from the Attorney General of potential criminal investigations to reverse course on more than their 300,000 jobs that have been created from private investments since 2021 in DEI efforts, 94% of which are held by people of color. Trump has terminated key health advisory committees, such as the Health Equity Advisory Committee for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and he's slashed funding for NIH, research and services, which means our communities get less resources and less preventative measures to combat healthcare disparities that plague our communities. Trump has eliminated funding for medical schools and medical programs that foster DEI, which means fewer Black doctors in the future and fewer hospitals and clinics in low-income neighborhoods, further exacerbating the existing barriers in accessing high-quality health care for people of color. This is just the beginning. This is just year one. And like my colleague from Anne Arundel County said, all you gotta do is look at Project 2025 and know that further attempts are coming to erode our rights, like the Equal Protection Clause. It is an untenable thought that we as elected officials of this great state would sit by and stand by while the values that we've so valiantly fought for have been trounced upon with impunity. Trump and his right-wing cronies are employing their best bully tactics upon the will of the American people. But you just got to look back at your grade school days and think about the most effective way to curb a bully. Nothing kills a bully's fervor like a forceful, calculated, and swift chin check. And that's what this moment calls for. We have the tool right here to do our part in Maryland in HB 488. That's why I rise in support of this critical measure, and each and every member of this body should be rearing to press that green button. We must conjure up the power of my namesake and declare that the American people must be respected as human beings in this society, and that we intend to demand that respect by any means necessary. We have the means, we have the power, and we have the people urging us, begging us, compelling us to fight back. So today, this would be the time where I would tell you, stand 10 toes down. But that's really not strong enough for the moment and the order of this day. Instead, I'll rally you in the spirit of the black church and tell you to be like a tree planted by the waters and to declare that we shall not be moved by the naysayers, nor those who don't have the courage to stand up, but only by the will of the people. They need us. They need us to stand firm. They need us to make the demand because, like the renowned Marylander abolitionist said, power cedes nothing without a demand. I'm standing firm, roots deeply entrenched behind our redistricting bill. I'm urging each of you to join me in taking our country back. Thank you, Madam
The
Speaker.
gentleman from St. Mary's, again, thank you everyone for being patient. I would say the one to my left and then I'll come to my right. How's that?
Guess that's me.
I think it's pretty balanced.
Thank you. I'm the taller and older one. That's okay, too. And I want to think I'm going to be able to finally stretch my legs. Maybe 3 hours ago, plus or minus, the parliamentarian said, extinguish the opposition. And for 3 hours, we listened to debate. And the debate hasn't been so much as I've listened to about the chamber. It's about Trump. There's a lot of people here who don't like Trump. A lot of people who hate Trump. A lot of people here who have to deal with Trump. But at the end of the day, the disenfranchisement of this election has me concerned. And I'd throw something out there hypothetically. If in the next presidential election, the Democrat is elected, and a majority in both houses are Democrat, would you come back and redistrict and give District 1 back their vote? Again, a hypothetical question along the way. But as has been said many times, and I'm not a lawyer, I don't have the soliloquy to stand up and ballyhoo that long, but we have 1 million Republicans, and we have about 1 million independents who we, on this side of the aisle, feel are going to be disenfranchised. And the concern is with the disenfranchisement and what's going to happen in the long run is, my mom said to me a long time ago, do two wrongs make a right? And I'll be voting red on this bill because I don't believe two wrongs make a right, but I do believe that what's happening here is wrong. And with that, thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. I'm going now to the gentleman to your right from St. Mary's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
You're doing an excellent job running this, by the way. I just
Thank
wanna give
you.
a
Well, you guys are all making it easy, right? Because we're being very respectful. Thank you.
Friends, I want to say happy Groundhog's Day, where we get to relitigate the 2024 election. and get to relitigate redistricting from 2022. So we've heard a lot about Donald Trump, a lot of TDS out there. Heard a lot about Texas. So let me address the Texas thing first. What came first, Texas redistricting or Maryland gerrymandering? Now, I know one of the symptoms of TDS is memory loss, so let me read you this headline from a Daily Caller. Former Governor Martin O'Malley admits to gerrymandering in Maryland under threat during deposition. Texas was responding for what Maryland did. Now, I find it odd, and I just don't think you guys have really the moral high ground to stand on this issue, because forget everything Donald Trump has done. You guys tried to draw an AO map, 4 years ago? And it was kicked out of the court system. And you took a settlement. And now you're back here today to say, no. We got another excuse. We want to do over. Let's talk about what some prominent people said about the current maps in 2022. Attorney General Brian Frost, well, my God, he was on the redistricting commission. How about that? He made the comment, we're pleased Governor Hogan agreed to sign the proposed congressional redistricting map approved by the General Assembly. This map is constitutional, fair, and both sides have agreed to dismiss their appeals, and our state can move forward. Maybe not. Here's a quote from the former speaker, member of the chamber still. This agreement allows us to move forward with a map that is fair, constitutional, and provides Maryland with the certainty they deserve as we head into the election. Quote from Delegate Eric Lukey, who was the majority leader at the time. This map is a product of a collaborative process. It meets every constitutional standard set forth by a court, including compactness and respectable political subdivisions. That's the current map that we had. Now, the only thing that's changed since a majority of people in this body voted for that map was Donald Trump was elected. He was elected by winning every swing state in the popular vote. Now, I've heard a lot of complaints about what he's doing in the federal government, but you probably should look in the mirror. Because Donald Trump didn't blow through a $5.5 billion surplus. This chamber did. Donald Trump didn't pass an education reform plan that didn't have a funding source that made the school system perform worse. That was y'all. Donald Trump didn't expand Medicaid. We did that. Donald Trump didn't cause the state of Maryland to fail 8 different audits in the last year for a tune of over $3 billion. Donald Trump didn't cause us to raise $2 billion of taxes this term and offer car registration payments, fees in lieu because they're so high. That was decisions made here. So look, last year after the 24 election, there was about a 6-month time where I was like really hopeful that Democrats would come back to something we would call reality. Instead, we've gone off, and now we're going to fix all these woes. We're going to fix in the federal government by disenfranchising 1 million people in the state of Maryland. That's wrong. You agree to the settlement, stick by your words, live it. What happened to the party that used to say, hey, we don't need to fix elections, we're going to win you over by ideas? It's out of ideas. This is their idea. It's wrong. I'm going to vote in red. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome. Next, I have the gentleman from Prince George's County, followed by the lady from Hartford County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
You know, colleagues, we have heard a lot today, particularly in this debate. We're hearing a lot about the technical issues with redistricting, a lot about compactness, communities of interest, making sure that we have districts that are contiguous. But the reality is that redistricting is more than just about geography. It has always been and always will be an exercise in power, not partisanship. It is about who will represent us in the Congress and be able to push back when our congressional and constitutional rights are violated. Across this country and here in Maryland, we are living through a quiet but dangerous erosion of fundamental rights, with due process at the top of the chopping block. This is not merely in theory, but for many immigrants and their communities, this is their life every day. And this erosion has been made possible not by the courts, but by profound failure of congressional oversight. You see, the Constitution is not vague on this point. The Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and Article 24 of the Maryland Declaration of Rights makes it very clear that due process is guaranteed to persons, not citizens, not just voters, and not just people with the right paperwork, but all persons. That's why here in Maryland, personhood, not status, has always been what mattered. Yet federal immigration enforcement under this current administration in Washington has increasingly operated with minimal to no judicial oversight. And with insignificant restraints from Congress, we see what happens. You know, here in Maryland, as chair of the Maryland Legislative Latino Caucus, I have the unfortunate privilege of being called, contacted, texted, WhatsApped every single time there is a raid of ICE in their communities. When federal law enforcement wants to overstep, I'm the one whose phone gets called about how can we help? How can we send individuals in to make sure that folks that are being ripped from their homes have protections? It is my phone that has been rang all throughout the interim. And it's because of the actions that we see and understanding that our communities are living in fear that we have to do something to push back. Individuals in my community are living in fear, not because of anything they've done, but because of how they look, where they work, the accent that they have, the people that they hang with. All of these things now are subject for search. For individuals having to carry identification with them, folks are scared. And it's because of the lack of congressional oversight that we are here. Just in recent weeks, we all were able to see the viral video from the ICE holding cells in Baltimore. Those videos show dozens of detainees crammed into overcrowded rooms that lack beds, showers, and just basic needs, being held far longer than ICE's own policies allow. We saw this failure again in a case that involves a Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was detained by federal immigration authorities despite a valid court order explicitly protecting him from removal. That order was ignored. His detention went forward anyways. Because what we are seeing is executive power operating without oversight. And even more recent reports make this danger even clearer. Federal immigration authorities now are operating under an internal policy that permits officers to enter private homes without judicial warrants, relying instead on administrative documents created by the administration itself. Madam Speaker, that should alarm every member of this body. When the executive branch claims the power to enter homes without judicial authorization, this only weakens separation of power and erodes public trust. Constitutional rights are not just conditional. They do not depend on status, accent, or zip code, but yet that's exactly what this administration in Washington wants us all to believe. And if the warrantless home searches become normalized in this context, you better believe that they will become shortcuts to be used in others. Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and even little Liam Ramos are names that we don't know by coincidence, but consequence. This is why redistricting matters. Because when institutions fail to act, when oversight collapses, and when safeguards fall short, the cost is measured in human lives. It's been mentioned on this floor, and I agree, the General Assembly here in Maryland cannot substitute for Congress. But we can have a clear eye about what kind of Congress this moment requires. We need representatives in the Congress who will assert oversight authority, demand transparency, enforce constitutional limits, and defend due process for all persons. Because when Congress fails to oversee, the Constitution fails in practice. And our responsibility here, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that our maps, the maps that we are going to pass today, help send leaders to Washington that will fight back. And I'll end with this. You know, it was mentioned on this floor that some folks don't watch what happens in Washington. They care more about what happens in this body. And I can guarantee you I care very much about what happens in each and every one of our districts, all 47 of them across this state. But let me tell you, I don't have the privilege to not look at what happens in Washington and who sits there. I don't have the privilege to not care about who is in Congress and the work that they do. The people that I represent, the neighbors that I have, care very deeply about what happens in Congress. They care very deeply about ensuring that they have TPS. Hundreds of thousands of Haitians across our state and this country are losing their status and are soon going to be hunted because of a lack of congressional oversight. We have a responsibility, we have a duty to make sure that everything we do in this body protects the most vulnerable among us. A green vote on that board for this bill ensures we do just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have the lady from Hartford County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
I kind of have a different view on this situation, and I was looking at the map, and I may have been looking at the congressional map or the redistricting map of 22, but what concerns me is whether it was the new map that has been proposed by the Senate and the House, or if it's the old map. District 1, which was Andy Harris's district, and the district out in, I guess it's, let's see here, Garrett County, District 6, they have a tremendous amount of area to cover compared to some of the more compact legislative congressional districts. Now, one of my colleagues from Cecil County, who, may I use the delegate's name?
No need.
Okay. All right. I just thought I would give him credit. Anyway,
It's not his birthday today, is it?
No,
Okay.
no, not his birthday. All
Okay.
right, but I want to give him credit, but I think he knows who he is. Anyway, he did already speak on the floor, but he got the National Republican Redistricting Trust map of this current new proposed congressional districts for Maryland. Okay, and so District 1 has a +7 Democratic, which would be Andy Harris's. District 2 would be a +6. Okay, and that, as best I could see, was Baltimore County. And then the District 1 +7 is the Eastern Shore, which is very vast, also Hartford, Cecil, Kent, Queen Anne's, Caroline Talbot, Somerset, Worcester, Dorchester, and Wacomico. And so then we go to District 3, which has a +5 Democrats, +5, which means they've got to the edge, is Howard County. Then District 4 is Prince George's County, which has a +37 Democratic. And then we have District 5, which is Calvert, St. Mary's, and Charles, which has a Democratic edge of +19 Democratic. Then we have 6, which is Frederick and Allegheny, Garrett, and Washington, which is a +16 Democratic. And then we have District 7, which is Baltimore City, which is a +27 Democratic. And then District 8, which is Montgomery County, which is Democratic +21. Now, the one thing that you can draw from this is that every district is a plus Democratic, the lowest being +5 Howard, but every one, and then the highest would be +37 Prince George's County. I just think that in looking at this and thinking about the vast area that some of these other districts have, we used to have 4-4. It was 4 Republican and 4 Democratic, and now it is like 1. And we used to have Congressman Bartlett, and he lost his election, and so that took care of that district. So what I'm saying is that, you know, we have a mass migration. Obviously, that migration of folks leaving Maryland indicates that they're not real happy with some of the policies that the legislature and the governor have done recently. So I just lay that out. And I know Larry Hogan, you know, he's a bad person because he created this horrible deficit if you listen to the governor, okay, our current governor. But the bottom line is Larry could not get many of his bills passed because the Democratic bills were the ones, I call them the shadow bills, that were passed. So, so the bottom line is that we're not really taking care of people that have, we have a lot of independents, a significant number, and I don't know if they're, which way they're voting. So I'm just saying that what we should consider is we should consider land mass. Also, Maryland is a very hard state to redistrict anyway, because it looks like, it's crazy because it looks like a gun if you look at it, compared to other Western states, which are very block and very, very easy to do. And then the other thing is, Maryland has always been considered America in miniature. And America in miniature means that this state, Eastern Shore, is different than Western Maryland. Harford County is different than Cecil County. Baltimore County, Baltimore City is unique. We have wonderful institutions, and it's really sad watching what's going on now. But what I would like to say is that we have wonderful institutions, we have wonderful people, we have a diversity of people, and it just seems like maybe what we should maybe look at is having maybe the planners from all the state municipalities as well as the counties, and also State Highway kind of figure out how we can really try to keep communities together, communities that have interests. And so I just think maybe we need to look at gerrymandering from a different way, because gerrymandering has was done in Massachusetts, and it has a very, what do I want to say, bad reputation. So we want to try to do our redistricting every 10 years in a more scientific and fair and reasonable manner, and one that is fair to everybody. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So for planning purposes, I know that some of you have your district night tonight. I was trying to finish this up, and I'm going to go to explaining your vote very in a few minutes, so those of you that didn't speak can have an opportunity, so that you can at least have an hour with your constituent, and then we're going to probably have to come back and do the 287G, okay? I'm trying to be considerate. So I'm going to go next, because I did promise the gentleman from Eastern Shore, the one in the back. Thank you.
You could have said the better looking.
Oh, no, I know better.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My mama did not raise a fool.
Didn't want to suggest that. So it's clear, I started making notes and trying to kind of rebuttal everything that's said, but the bottom line is we don't like the president. So that's why we're doing this. So my question is, will we undo this in 2 years? Are we going to live with this? You know, the previous president, and no disrespect, I'm just going by what he said, the one that took the train over the Key Bridge, I can tell you, there's a lot of people here that didn't like him. I'm one of them. On the Eastern Shore, we didn't like the fact that he was rushing through permitting for wind turbines. He was ignoring the Department of Defense. He was hushing them. Wouldn't let them voice their concerns. Didn't let Wallops talk about their concerns of limiting their ability if wind turbines were built. Didn't allow the fishermen from the Atlantic fisheries to talk. The list goes on and on. That's not the issue. The issue is that bridge that we need to rebuild. If there's nobody there from the other side, you know, I'm here in the minority party. I wish I had time one day to look at the amount of bond money that the majority party members get versus the minority party. I'd like to see the difference in the number of bills that are passed. You know, if anybody has time, I'd love to hear those numbers. But we got to remember that we're going to have presidencies change parties in and out. And to have an entire federal delegation all from one party, I don't see where that's smart politics. How are we going to win with that? That's why I'm hoping maybe in 2 years your plan is to undo it. When we go to gerrymandering districts to +10, +11, we are creating situations where the primaries are so partisan. We get the most extreme politics. We lose good government. This is why people get disenfranchised. Because the parties that come out, the people that can win are so extreme. And there's a price to pay for that. We're feeling it in Maryland already. The comptroller says we're losing people. People are fleeing. There's no balance. We have a budget deficit that we raise record taxes and then come back the next year and here we are, we don't have enough. There's no balance in government. We're creating that here. You know, as you said, we're stressed for time. I really hope we give serious thought to what we're doing here. We're creating a situation where Maryland can only hope that the administration is going to be good to them after we do this. We have financial needs that are huge. You know, we talk about this administration cutting federal jobs and hurting Maryland. Didn't Maryland cut state jobs as a way to balance the budget? What's so wrong with the federal government doing that? Maryland did the same thing. Our governor did it during the interim. I don't hear anybody hollering about that. It's something we had to do. We may not like it, but politics will change. What we're doing, I hope we will realize our mistake and change it back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I know that the floor leader has been waiting for hours to respond, so the floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize for the length of the first. Believe me, that was less than a quarter of all the information and garbage I had on this administration. I just didn't want to bore you, but I did not want you to forget. You know, and I heard about, ChatGPT, and I wanted to lash out and say that I've been an attorney for 25 years and I'm more than capable until I saw who said it, and I know she said it from a joking place. So basically what I'll say is I'm too old and I don't trust it. So don't worry, that was all research. As far as anybody who thinks that this is the first bill, it won't be our last. We can walk and chew bubblegum. There are a lot of things we can do at the same time. We do it every year. When we talk about ideological versus fact, let's make this very clear. It's not just ideological. I spit nothing but facts, and they have not and will not be refuted. When we talk about the honest view, I just see such a difference in life experiences and I guess how our federal government shapes our lives and goals versus yours. As far as legal standing, don't ever threaten an attorney with a good time by saying we're going to see you in court, because that's what we do. And when we talk about why we're here and everybody trying to infer, this is about King Jeffrey, or was it King Moore? But let's be honest. There's been a shakeup in this house. I didn't have to be here. I begged to be here. I asked to be here. I asked to do this, not because of anybody else, because I needed to do this. And most likely this is the last floor debate that I will ever lead on this august House floor in my 16 years, but it is the most important. And that's saying something, because I fought for foster kids to make sure they can get school and health care like they're till they're 26, like my kids. Yeah, but not anymore, because that big bull crap bill means now, no matter how broken they are at 19, if they're not working, they get nothing. If they're not in school because they're a little bit thrown off in the behind, they get nothing. This big bull crap bill to cut $1 trillion cut for SNAP Medicaid. I've been fighting for veterans for years. 1.2 million veterans use SNAP. 1.6 are enrolled in Medicaid. They're either not eligible for VA or they don't live near a facility. 4 million veterans have their families enrolled in CHIP and Medicaid. I've been fighting for veterans, so when I see soldiers being ordered to bomb individuals on a boat after it's been hit, I know that is a violation of the Geneva Convention, Article 47. Hordes to combat. No quarter in a war is a crime. And just like Lieutenant Calley said, just following orders won't cut it. And my worry is that one day those veterans are going to be in trouble. I've stood here and fought my own party for years protect the victims of sex abuse. And I see what they're still doing with the Epstein files. Patel said the victims weren't credible. They had to petition to get it out, and even then, the DOJ is still ignoring. There's $6 million documents. What'd they say? 3 million are enough. The victims still remain voiceless, and their abusers are still protected. And I never imagined a future where my little black girls would enjoy less democracy and opportunity than I did. So this is why national politics matter to some of us, because their history is being erased. They've removed the bust of Martin Luther King from the Oval Office. They've ordered the Park Service to remove all exhibits about Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad. They moved all information about the first Black Medal of Honor winner and Jackie Robinson's military career. It's an anathema as a parent because you want them to have a better life. But I see what the black female unemployment rate is now, how female roles in the military are being diminished, how my children's history is being erased. It's already happening. So my daughter comes to me with a 4.75 GPA and a 1520 on her SAT and says, Dad, I don't think I should even apply to Harvard. Because of the DAI, they're just going to assume I'm not supposed to be there. And they're afraid. So she's afraid to even do what she's qualified for. Because that's what this federal government does to me. I used to always tell my daughters, because they would come and tell me about some intersectionality between women and being black and stuff I don't understand, because I'm old and I'm a dude. But I would always tell them that today is the best day in the history of this country to be black. I don't really say that anymore. Yeah, that 1776 commission talking about a patriotic education to understate the role racism played in shaping U.S. politics, economic, and legal systems. They want to prohibit the expenditure of exhibits in our museums and programs that degrade shared American values, that divide America based on race, basically sanitize our country's history of racism. This is the same man who said Obama was not a citizen even after he showed his birth certificate. The Central Park 5, he said that they pled guilty when that's not true, and he called for their execution, but wholeheartedly embraced the South African genocide, even though they were showing him videos of what happened in the Congo. But now he wants to forge a colorblind society where racism no longer exists and ignore the struggles of my people. The Smithsonian has been told now that if there's any public monuments, memorials, or statues removed during the Biden administration to give a false construction of American history, they should be put back. That our museums have promoted narratives to portray American and Western values as inherently harmful and oppressive because they're telling the truth. They went to the Netherlands where the 8,300 U.S. soldiers died. In the memorial honoring the sacrifice, there are 12 plaques up. And my country went to the Netherlands and took the last 2 plaques down, celebrating what the black soldiers did in that country. The military says you cannot use any resources to celebrate Black History Month. General Powell, Tuskegee Airmen, Buffalo Soldiers, the Harlem Hellfighters, been scrubbed from all of our military websites. Yet we are renaming bases after Confederate seditious traitors and try and put their statues back in place. So when you ask about this federal government and the effects it has on me, the DOJ, they now have, the Civil Rights Division now has commercials. They've never had commercials before. Now they have commercials seeking complaints from white men who have been discriminated against. The EEOC was formed in 1964. It's being weaponized against the very people it was used to protect. And look at what we're doing on a international stage. My children are going to live a lifetime under this dark shadow. Look what we did in Ukraine, espousing actual Russian propaganda, forcing them to give up their homeland. Stop sharing weapons and information. called Zelensky a dictator because their constitution doesn't allow for elections during war, embarrassed him. We all saw that. Never said one bad thing about Putin. See, Russia used to be an enemy because they are a communist country, and they invaded. We couldn't even get this man to say they invaded that country. What we did in Venezuela, bombing the Capitol and taking the president, an act of war without congressional permission. And make it no mistake, this was not about drugs. They said it was a narco-terrorist. This was about oil. Fentanyl comes from China, Mexico, fentanyl comes from China and Mexico. Cocaine comes from Colombia. Nothing really comes from there. They failed to involve Congress, but they involved the oil companies. And he said, we will control the oil. Yeah, a lot of my friends died trying to do that in Iraq. Called him a narco-terrorist while pardoning Honduran President Juan Hernandez. 45 years is what he was sentenced to for a narco and drug trafficking ring. 400 tons of cocaine sold in America, but he was pardoned. The way we attacked Canada and Mexico, we call it the 51st state. And look what we did to Greenland. We were almost at war with NATO. That is an ally. And imagine being a citizen of that country right now. Is it a threat or just foreshadowing? Oh, they've only got 2 dog sleds. Well, you understand that Denmark lost more soldiers in Afghanistan per capita than any of the 30 nations. We were almost at war with NATO. And what does he say about NATO? NATO's never been there for us. I mean, Afghanistan, but they stayed a little off the front lines. The only time Article 5 of NATO, the NATO Charter has ever been exercised is when we called for help. And 30 nations came to our assistance. He ignored the courage and bravery of all of those. Over 1,000 soldiers died from other countries. UK lost 457. Destroying NATO so Russia doesn't have to. You have the tariffs. At some point, it looks like America failed an open book test, because you're right, he told us what he was going to be. And now he's back. So how do we regain their trust? What message have we sent to our allies? Because his art of deal is nothing more than an art of alienation. And their allies are tired of being bullied. But we need to send a message that this is not America, not this way. So when you ask why this is important in Maryland, because this is part of a country. Our duty to world peace compels us to act. And this House is going to hold the line. And we briefly touched on deportation. And I want you, this is the America we live in now, where in a former job, I used to have attorneys. Former job, Madam Speaker. And one of my attorneys here, committee attorney, it was a joke, sorry. One of my committee counsel gave me her real ID because she is of Hispanic descent, although she is American. Because they knew when we went on, we went on our committee trip, that if she was pulled over, they wouldn't even ask for her to let her show it. How is that a way to live? When somebody asks you, prove you're an American, who here can? Unfortunately, she has to know. Hispanic parents FaceTiming the kids any morning on the way to and from work so their kids know their parents are safe. It's supposed to be the other way around in this country. We're supposed to be worried about our kids. They're not supposed to be worried about us making it home. But words matter. When you say illegal immigrants are rapists and murderers and repeatedly let out of mental health institutions. See, he's the president. He creates a cognitive association between immigrants and violent criminals. So they can be dehumanized right in front of us, and we won't blink and bat an eye. So we can think of this as something less, that the Constitution doesn't apply to them. Creating a separate class of people. Alligator Alcatraz. I mean, come on. The mega prison in Seacot. But legal immigrants are being taken. People on visas, military spouses, asylum seekers. They're detaining children. Liam Ramos, the little kid with bunny ears and a Spider-Man backpack, they paraded him around as bait. Still detained him, didn't give him to nobody. Look how these people are being treated. It should have been our very nature. You know, Matthew 25 says, "For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. Truly I tell you, whatever you've done for one of the least of these brothers and sisters, you have done for me." And that's how I was raised.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Yes, recognizing the gentleman from Montgomery County.
I move the previous question.
So we're going, if I can ask the gentleman to just stand up during explaining the vote, okay? Because we have a motion to move the previous question. So,
But I have the floor, Your Honor.
I know, but
I believe I have the floor. But
I know you have the floor, but the motion supersedes.
I thought the
So-
gentleman was done. I apologize.
He thought you were done. He apologized. So I will call on you again during explaining your vote, and you can finish. And then the people that were waiting, I will call on you. Okay? So House Bill 488 is on third reading. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Will the gentleman, the floor leader, please stand up and finish?
Madam Speaker, my button won't work.
Do I need to make a motion?
Madam Speaker, my button is not working.
They are addressing it right now. We're going to wait a second to make sure.
Madam Speaker, I unfortunately had a lot to add, but I will just say at the end of the day, in speaking with our colleagues from across the hall, the main reason that I'm concerned is because at the end of the day, it's very clear that this president intends to make sure that we don't have elections in 2026, and I promise you, he will be seizing the ballots. He has said as much that January 12th that he regrets not seizing the ballot by the National Guard, but they weren't sophisticated enough. January 28th, he just seized the ballots in Fulton County.
One second, I apologize. And thank you for giving me the grace. I understand that for the previous question, I do have to go through all those in favor signify by saying aye, and it has to be adopted, okay? So I apologize. We are learning. So we're going to go back to the question before the House is the previous question. Can you please clear the board? Thank you. So the question before the House is the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Okay. So there's no, the ayes have it. Okay. So House Bill 488 is on third reading. The clerk will call the roll.
Madam Speaker?
Okay. Floor leader? You can get up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My message to the Senate would be simple. The dogmas of the quiet pastor are inadequate for the stormy present. That's what Abe Lincoln said. The most powerful man in this world fears he has no checks other than his own morality. That's a problem. This is not the country I fought for. The fact that I have to be terrified to put my name on a bill to challenge this president is heartbreaking. This shouldn't happen in my America, but I don't have the luxury to stay silent because I owe that much to my daughters. And I wanted to give a speech about Marylanders and 1776, but all I'll say is this. We can't ask for hope that others step and fill the void and fill the gaps. We shouldn't wait for others to come out and save us. Maryland is the old line state. We're not the sideline state. Thank you.
Recognizing the lady from Frederick County, then the gentleman from Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to
You're
explain my
welcome.
vote. So evidently with the passing of House Bill 488 in Maryland, we save democracy and prevent the federal government from extinguishing the opposition. And how are we doing that? By extinguishing the opposition. That is exactly what this map does. This new map directly disobeys judicial orders that corrected a map that was so gerrymandered that the courts had to step in. The current map is court approved to prevent the voices of Marylanders from being extinguished purely on the basis of partisan gerrymandering. So we are using the majority party's unchecked authority to extinguish the opposition. And on top of that, we are asking for a constitutional amendment to turn congressional redistricting to the courts with no standards now upon which to judge them. We are fixing a rigged system by making sure we rig the system in Maryland. And we heard that today that Trump is trying to consolidate power, yet isn't that what we are doing here today, consolidating power? The floor leader said that if we approve these maps, Marylanders will have the right to be heard in the halls of Congress. But since we are not adding any congressional seats, and the Democrats already have a 7-1 majority in our congressional seats, I'm not sure how extinguishing the opposition will lead to a result that all Marylanders have more of a voice in D.C. And it was said today that we are standing up to a tyrannical government. It is not about the R's and the D's. This map is only about the R's and the D's and silencing voices that may not agree with you, standing up to tyranny by creating it. And we heard the best way to curb a bully is to hit them back harder. That's an interesting way for us to now legislate, and maybe now we'll be tougher on crime. And it was said that we were talking about cleaning up the swamp, unless we're talking the swamp of Maryland's long history of political gerrymandering. It's about power. Who has it? How it's being used? How are you using your power here today? Are you using your power to better represent Maryland voters? Or are you power entrenching Maryland, targeting communities with the least amount of representation? That's why I'm voting no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So when I say the delegate's time is up, I would like you to wrap it up, okay? So that you know, for the future, the clerks, they're both keeping the time to make sure that we're accurate. You get 2 minutes. I will call now on the delegate from Howard, followed by the delegate from Hartford, okay?
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise today to explain my vote in support of HB 488, not as a partisan maneuver, but as a necessary step to protect democratic balance and the integrity of our representative system. Today, I want to speak about something a bit unusual on the House floor, is math. How it helps us see clearly what's happening to our democracy. As an AI data scientist, I model complex systems where small structural changes can produce very large consequences. Elections and redistricting are exactly that kind of system. When district line shifts, outcomes shift, not randomly, but predictably. That's why we conducted a Monte Carlo simulation to study the effects of middle cycle redistricting nationwide. In simple terms, we run the same model millions of times, each with slightly different but realistic assumptions about voter behavior to understand the full range of likely outcomes. Those assumptions include how Democratic or Republican leaning each district is and how uncertainty compounds across the map. Colleagues, the results are sobering. Under worst plausible 2026 middle census redistricting scenario, combining court-ordered changes, aggressive but lawful legislative withdrawals, and Florida-style executive action, Democrats are projected to average around 216 seats, up from roughly 214 today, with only 20 to 30% chance reaching the 218 seats needed for a majority. With Florida included, that probably dropped below 10%. Doing nothing is not a neutrality. It is surrender at this time. Just as Newton's third law, counteraction is not escalation, it is stabilization. One of my constituents, Mary, put it plainly. She said, if Congress is unwilling to protect the American people, unwilling to defend democratic
The gentleman's time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. The delegate from Hartford County, and I'm going through my list, and then on my list I have the delegate from Western Maryland. You can be ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My
I will
pleasure.
be short. I stand up to explain my red vote for HB 488. This bill affects my entire district, which is Cecil and Hartford counties, and I believe that it eliminates the voices of my constituents solely because of political purposes, and I do believe that is a shame. Clearly, the supermajority here in the Maryland General Assembly does not like the president, whom, remind you, was elected soundly and legally by the entire country. So yes, it may go to court, as the good delegate said, it may go to court, but after listening to so many of your reasons today, I'm pretty sure that it violates the single subject rule. Thank you.
I'm going to call on the delegate from Western Maryland, followed by the delegate that looks like my husband that has no hair. Okay? Yes, go ahead. The delegate from Western Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings from the back row caucus. It seems like maybe we just blend into the wall back here, but thanks for recognizing me. There's been a lot said about this issue, and presidential pardons is one I want to touch upon. The bill's sponsor was suggesting that there's a misuse of presidential pardons right now under the current president. But let's take a trip down memory lane and take a look at the presidential pay for pardon scheme of the previous administration. From the American Enterprise Institute, just 15 minutes before leaving office, Biden granted pardons to family members, brothers, sister, in-laws, members of his own administration. Why was that necessary? Because the House Oversight Committee identified hundreds of pages of documents that the Biden crime syndicate and their associates committed evidence of potential money laundering and other criminal activity. They obtained bank records for Hunter Biden, James Biden, and their shell companies and business associates. The committee further identified over 20 shell companies that the Bidens and their associates created, most of which were created after Joe Biden became Vice President of the United States. They additionally identified 10 members of the Biden family who benefited from these money laundering schemes from these fake LLCs that they had created. So he found the need to do preemptive pardons for his entire family, his members of his administration, and let's not forget about cocaine in the White House, the 300,000 unaccompanied minors across the border. So there wasn't a reason to do this bill then. There's no reason to do it now.
Thank you. So there's two gentlemen from the Eastern Shore that wanted to go, but you're next.
The tall, good-looking one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I guess I wanted to touch on just a brief conversation I had with a friend of mine after the first Trump election. He said something to me when I said, I can't believe that Trump won. And I said, well, look who you had running, blah, blah, blah. The second one, when he ran against Biden and Biden won, I was in disbelief. And he says, well, look who you had running. And I sit back and I listen to today and I listen to all the comments about Donald Trump and how this is all to blame Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Maybe it's part of what the last administration did. If you can imagine this country with maybe 2 or 3% inflation and maybe just a few people crossing the border, I think would have a different look today. And I think most of us would agree on it. As far as this bill, I've always been somebody that likes to fix my own house before I go fixing somebody else's. If you take a look at Maryland and you look at our budget, you look where we're at today with all the issues we have. We're sitting here with issues were pre-Trump, way pre-Trump, and we're sitting back saying that this guy has caused all our problems instead of taking accountability. I think we all need to sit back, look at this bill and sit back, take away the part that you're going to take my representation from my district. You look at the demographics in my district, we have farmers. We're going to lose the preeminent guy for us with farms. And I think the bottom line to all this is the way you guys are sitting out here talking about how you're being dissed every day. Take a look at the Republican Party right now. You're going to eliminate us pretty much in the state. You have the supermajority here, and you ought to try to get a bill passed here sometimes. Thanks.
The other gentleman from the Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll be very brief. It won't even be 30 seconds because I've already gotten up twice, I know. So 2 reasons why I'm voting against this. One, it hurts my constituents. I think that anybody in this chamber will respect that. The second reason is the numbers prove it. I mean, if this passes and it finds the finish line, what we're going to end up happening is 8 congressional representatives who basically live 20 to 30 miles away from I-95. Representing the entire state. I mean, that's what's going to happen. I mean, the numbers show it. And is that democratic? Is that right? No. It's probably one of the worst things that could possibly happen to our state to have everyone represent us at the federal level who live between Baltimore and D.C. And then the last thing I want to say is it's just a statement. We're copying basically what Texas did, with the Texas Republicans. And I just want to remind the body what the Democrat state representatives have done. What they did is they made a circus out of the State House in Austin. We're not doing that, Madam Speaker. We're not. We have our minority party here has a ton of respect for the institution, and we've had a really good debate. But that being said, we can't pass too many more bills where it has such a direct disenfranchisement on the folks that we represent. At some point, we may I can't make any promises, but you know, we can't play in the sandbox, you know, and this is serious, guys, because this is personal, and you guys saw it. You guys heard it in my voice over the last week. I mean, this is a big deal for our constituents, a big deal for the Eastern Shore, and you guys are taking the voice away from these guys. And honestly, you know, we could be the Texas Democrats. We chose not to. Thank you.
And from Baltimore County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been sitting here all night, and it's just going back and forth, thinking about the people in my district, what they've said. They says, what's going on in Annapolis, Bob? I try to explain it to them. You know, why aren't we talking about the overcost of electricity, the power, taxes? Why aren't we talking about that? It seems like to me Donald Trump's got a lot of people's heads. Let's get rid of Donald Trump out of our vocabulary. Let's worry about Maryland issues. You know, when we have Marylanders, especially in my district, that can't even afford to pay their gas and electric bill, that's a real problem. You want to sit here for 6 hours and talk about that? Let's have at it. But this is ridiculous. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minority Leader.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say two things as quick as what I possibly can. Number one, please stop calling myself and my colleagues racists, because we are against a redistricting map when every single one of you who were here in the 2021 special session voted for the existing congressional district map and said it was fair and it was balanced and it wasn't racist, and all we want is to keep the same map. I got told today how the country has become so racist and the Washington, D.C. is so racist that if we don't do this map, that we're complicit in racism. Stop. I do not call you socialist unless you choose to self-identify yourself that way, and some of you may. I do not call you communist because I don't believe that any of you are. Please stop calling me and my colleagues racist, because any of you in the room that know me or my colleagues know we are not. Look me in the eye and say that you believe that I'm a racist, because I am not. Stop associating us with it. It destroys the credibility of your debate. Stop. The second thing I will tell you, a lot of people stood up here and said, my voices are not heard. We need Maryland's voice to be heard in Washington, D.C. My goodness, that's absurd. You have 2 United States senators and 7 of the 8 members of the Maryland congressional delegation are progressive Democrats. Your voices are the only voices that are heard. 7 of the 8. There are 3 members of this General Assembly, of this House of Delegates, 3 Democratic members who are represented by a Republican in Congress. 3. 2 gentlemen from Harford County and 1 gentlelady whose vote is on the board, red, by the way, from the Eastern Shore. There are 24 members, including myself and the minority whip, who are Republicans from Republican areas who are represented by Democrats in Congress because of gerrymandering. Your voices are heard loud and clear in D.C. for your party from your state. It is ours that are not heard, and we are not racists. Thank you.
The lady from Howard.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Speaker,
welcome.
to explain my vote. And I don't think you're racist. I don't think there are any racists here. So let me just make that statement. So let me just explain that I heard Kevin Roberts in July 2024 when he said we're in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will be bloodless if the left will allow it. I heard President Trump, who said in 2024, in 4 years you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. And I believe them. I believe the McConnell rule. I believe that, looking at history, when the Crown tried to convince the colonists that they had no, as they put the boot on the necks of the Massachusetts colonists and tried to get the rest of us to stand down. And I'm not standing down. If this is the only tool we have left, this is the tool I'm going to use. Thank you very much.
The last person I'll call, then I will explain my vote, and I'll take the calls so that people can go to their district night. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to explain my red vote up there. I've been listening to a lot tonight. I've been in this chamber a long time, and I was really sad by many comments that were made tonight. You know, it was I was raised where 2 wrongs don't make a right, and respect is what you always strive for. You know, one time years ago when Bill Clinton was president, I marched in a band in the inauguration parade.
And I was proud to do it, not that I agreed with his politics, but I respected the president. And what we should be doing here is finding a way to work with someone and not bash them. You get nothing by bashing people, nothing. And we'll find out about it in the state of Maryland. It's a tough battle. You know, I got a district over there that now may be disenfranchised by the ones that can do it because it's a majority. And it's not going to make things better for the citizens on the Eastern Shore. It's not going to make things better for the citizens of Maryland. We need that diversity. We need that different perspective. And to do this tonight, just because you can, isn't not necessarily the right thing to do. I hope my classmate, the Senate President, holds true to his word, and we don't have to go any further with this, because it will surely end up in court. There'll be a lot of hard feelings and a lot of money spent for something that's really unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone for their time and for being civil. And I must say that this is very personal for all of us. It really is. We all come here with different backgrounds, different experiences, and that shape us, and it shapes our values and why we make decisions. This is one issue of many this session. Tomorrow, all of you will get to hear about House Bill 1. House Bill 1 has a 1 for a reason. It is our #1 priority. It deals with energy, and I hope we have a unanimous vote up there when we vote on it, because that will help the people that we represent. Many of you don't know that I have been a co-sponsor of a Republican bill to create a redistricting committee. I think I've done it twice, even when I was advised not to do it. I have. I'm on record doing that. So you will ask, why am I voting for this today? It's not because I can, it's because I must. Because when I look at myself in the mirror, there's no way I cannot do what I'm about to do today. So let me tell you why. I must vote for this bill for my 3 curly hair kids. My 3 curly hair kids who today have less rights than my husband and I. And I worry about their future kids, very much so. They are stopped and will be stopped because of the way they look. I vote to support and protect civil rights in our Constitution because we're going back. We're going back. People in the 60s, Dr. Martin Luther King and so many fought for our rights, to be seen, to be heard, to be respected. I vote to protect access to health care. That's not a surprise to you because I share the committee for almost 20 years. I vote to stop the hostility in the communities, the abuse. It is not a blessed day, my friends, when a parent goes to work and does not return and their kids at home alone, a 14-year-old and a 3-year-old. It is not a blessed day, my friends, when your child is killed because they were out protesting peacefully. It is not a blessed day when you're afraid to come out and my time is up. Please take the roll. Has everyone recorded their vote? Does anyone care to change their vote? If not, the clerk will take the call. Okay. All right, wonderful. Want to make sure I voted. There being 99 votes in the affirmative and 37 votes in the negative, House Bill 488 has received a constitutional majority and is declared pass. Would the chairs please come up for a second? Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your patience tonight. Thank you for your patience tonight. Thank you for being respectful. This is one issue of many. It doesn't mean that we're not friends, that we don't like each other. We just have to understand that we have differences and come here with different backgrounds, and we have to do what reflects our morals, okay, and our values. Thank you very much. We are going to do call. One second. We're going to do quorum call, and then I'm going to recognize the majority leader who will tell us what time to return. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker.
Oh God, what is the right then? Recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stands recessed until Monday.
One second, we have to take the call. The clerk will take the call. Has everyone recorded? Go ahead. There being 135 members present, the House is now in session. Recognizing the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome.
Move that the House stands recessed until Monday, February 2nd at 8:10.